Yes, good evening, good evening, good evening. Church will be and as usual, my name is Kaunda, and if you check the time, it's 9:15. Today is February 19th, and it's Tuesday. We are to continue with our tutorials. If you've been following, we've done a couple of them already. If you go to YouTube, I hope my net will help me. We know the channel already. If you go to YouTube, then you search for Web Extremists. I have two channels. One is about digital entrepreneurship, and the other one is C++ programming. The vision is simple. I need to produce about 100 hours of quality video, like quality not in terms of camera but in terms of content, and that before the end of the year. So that is why I brought up those two channels, the digital entrepreneurship and then the C++. But today I will have to kind of switch a little bit to web, shall I say design, or like to web development. If you add design to it, web development too. Like, just let's move to the web. That's what I'm about to do today, the basis of it. And there's a good reason for that, and the reason is currently running a project with the Ministry of Inner City and Zongo Development, and Ashanti region. We are training 50 Zongo youths in software development, like web and then mobile and stuff like that. So we've started already. 1 week is already gone, and I must be honest, and chilling comfort, but I can say we are doing great. We are doing great things there. So that is what necessitated this video as a backup of what we are doing in class, so that those who couldn't catch up, they will have some material they can fall on. Now, if I'm to say, let's say target is intentional, I'm going to do this video for like I'm putting myself in the shoes of those who have no basis of what web development is. So if you already have you have your site, you how do you call it? Let's say you know what back end is. You have a language there you use. Maybe you have some mobile apps you've developed already. I'm sure there'll be better videos to look at. This I'm targeting like from scratch. Targeting from scratch. So if you are a guru already, a lot of what I'll be saying might be like things you've heard already. Then that's how it will be. That's how it will be. My focus is intentional, targeting people who have no basis of what web development is. That is what I'm going to target on, and that is a concept I'm going to use. So though the targets, or like those who have this as a second source of material, will be those the lucky 50 who are part of the training. I'll put it on YouTube also. So basically anybody at all who wants to pick up like the web development, things like that, I'm sure it will be a good resource for the person also. So that is it basically. What the whole thing is about. Now, like what I said, I'm not skipping any step by step, with no step skipped. So first of all, what is it? What is it? Web development. What is it? We know what development is. It's English. So what we have to deal with is what is web, or what is let's say website. What is web, or what is website? That is what we are coming to learn how to develop. So what is it? That is the first thing we have to ask ourselves. And to really be able to understand what we are doing, I'll go a little down than telling you maybe they are just some files on a server when we don't even know what a server is. So let's understand how the whole internet works. That is first of all. There is something called server. We all know what a server is. Maybe we've not just think of that definition. Now, for example, if you go to a restaurant, someone will serve you, right? The person is a server. Like if you go to program, like they will serve you, so they are servers. Let's say if you are a Catholic, you go to church, you have mass service, so they serve you. So you call them servers because they serve. They have a service, or like they have like a product they give to other people to use. So they are servers. Now, those receiving the service, like if you're a Catholic, you go, if it's, let's say, communion you are going for, the one giving you the service is the server. You, the one going for, we call you like a client. We call you a client. The one providing the service is the server. You, the one going for the service, you are a client. The one providing the service is a server. So if let's say you go to bank, the bank is a server, or like people inside are servers, and then you going for the service, you become a client. In another way, you say you are a customer. So that is this concept. Now, there is this idea on the internet where some people are providing services and others are receiving it. Now, for example, if I type Facebook, I requested for Facebook page, or this page that has opened, I requested for, and then Facebook serves me. So I am a client, Facebook is a server. If I go to Google, it opens. I requested for this search engine so that I can type something in it. Now if I type what is a server and I press enter, it will go back to Google, and then Google will bring these things back to me. And a quick way to see what is happening is to have some third eye. Just right click anywhere at all, right click. It looks scary, but be patient. Go to inspect element. I'm using Chrome browser. Right click anywhere, go to inspect element. You see something like this. we are going a bit behind what we are seeing. There's something behind it. That's why we want to just see something. And then go to network. Now if you go to network, see what is happening behind the scenes. This thing is hidden, we don't see it. All look nice. So as soon as you enter, bam, it comes. But behind the scene, like, something is happening, and to see that, like, to have that technical eye to see it, right click, go to inspect element. The shortcut is Ctrl plus Shift plus C. So Ctrl plus Shift plus C, that should open it. Now when you see this, there are different tabs. So go to network. Now this is what will come. Now then if you click on the network, and then here you press enter, you are sending the message again, and then you can have an idea of communication that is going on behind the scenes. You see, every single line, this one is a message that went to Google. They are now serving us, and then they will bring a status of 200. These are like code, me, the client, and then the server they are using to communicate. What you request, if it's available, that's code 200. Yeah, I got it. So it will tell you, okay, give it to me. Yeah, I'm giving it to you. Okay, give another one. Yeah, I'm giving it. So that is the status there, the code, and the type of things you requested for. Different things, the images that you requested, those things too are coming. We dig deep at the start, but I'm not mentioning any technical thing here. I just wanted to see all that glitters is not gold. It looks so nice. This is it, but behind the scene, some dirty things are going, coming. That is communication between a server and a client. Now in this case, the client is not me, the human. The client is the browser. I hope we get that. The client is the browser. So it is the browser that is doing the communication with Google service. Now if it's Facebook, today the training we did, no, it's not about the training. My phone did something terrible. Anyway, let's move on. So if Facebook do the same thing, if we right click and then we go to inspect page, that thing will come. So if I go to network and I press enter, same thing, you will see so many. As the page what we requested for is loading, you will see the actual dirty things that is happening behind the scenes, and it's terrible. So this is communication. So many things, just going, coming, just like that. So, and if it's a bit slow, then you become crazy, like, hey, this page is slow, please have patience with it. So many things is going behind the scenes. So many communication going on behind the scene. You see, so far 547 requests. Just this enter I've pressed. Communication between my browser, me sitting here in Kumasi, and Facebook. Me sitting here in Kumasi and Facebook, and if it's Silicon Valley, we've exchanged message 550 times before this page finish loading. You see, it's still even going. When you even think everything is set, still they are doing things behind the scenes to get it okay for us. This is the concept of client and server. The server is the one that has the product or the service you want, then you the client will request for. So the client can be a software, not necessarily human. It's the client that requests for how do you call it, pause in debugger. So basically that is it. We will come back to this place, but for now what I want us to get is what is going on behind a server and a client. Browser is a client, so server is somewhere else, and server can be a computer, like hardware computer, or it can be a software installed on a computer. I hope we are clear with that. It's a server that will provide services. Example, you request a page, it will provide you with that page. Let's say on Facebook here, let's say if I click on this thing opens. Now if I click to open to check this message, communication has gone to California and is back. Not so, maybe like 1 or 2 different communication will go behind the scenes before it's okay. This is what we did today, and I kind of put an assignment here on Facebook, so that's what someone has answered. Gradually we will get here, but for now we want to have an idea of how the whole concept of web, what it is, so no, I will not give him 0.5. What should I do? I don't want to give him big mass. Okay, one is fine. 1/98. If you get it right, it's 98. Yeah, 98. So I'm giving him 1/98. So that is it, and it's not basically this. Like if you go to Ghana Web, as the page is loading, if you right click, you go to inspect elements, you go to network, you should see communication going on. That is 2 requests. Yeah, so many communication. So basically whichever site you open, this communication goes on between your browser and a server somewhere. That server can be a software, it can be a hardware, and you can see the definition here of a server: a person or thing that serves, period. That is all. So if someone like you hear someone like my server is off, so it's basically like a computer he has that provides services to others, or a computer with a software server on that computer that provides service to other people. Like that would be called client. What I want us to get is there's communication that goes on between a client, that is the thing or the person requesting for information or whatever it is, and the one providing it. The one requesting is called client, the one providing is called a server. Server can be a software, server can be a hardware. So you can have a hardware as a server, then there is a software server on it, and then you can have a hardware server and the software is on it that is not a server, and you can have a computer that is not a server, and then you have a server software on it. So there are different things. Like for example, on my computer here, there is this software on it. The computer is not a server, but I have this software on it that is a server. That is it, a SQL server. So it provide, if you request for some information, then it will request relating to database. This is a server relating to database, and there is a server relating to different things. So we don't have just like one server and then that's it, full stop. So the server is there, but it has different functions, and that is what we have to look at. I'll call it server roles. Server roles, it's something else, but let's use for clarity, like different things servers can do. I've just opened this one. This is a server, so it's a database server. That is, the work it does is it manages database, or it kind of how do I call it, provides services relating to database. You can have a whatever service you have, you can have a server to it. For example, if you are doing Skype call, it's actually a server that is providing you that video features. Or like if you are chatting on WhatsApp, your message, before it goes to the person, it actually goes to a server. Then that server will respond with the message that you will see. So servers have different types. Now, so let's come back. How is this message sent to the server from the client, from your browser? How is the message sent to the server? That is what leads us to something called protocols. That is something, if that is something around the internet, that is called protocol. Now if you hear protocol, this is not like protocol visa, this is protocol path. Yeah, it's not a like I need protocol, no, not something like that. Yeah, something like that. Sometimes we use it also to mean like someone has breached protocol. I mean, he has breached the laid down rules, the rules for that particular activity. The person broke it. So using that concept of protocol, if you say protocol on the internet, there are just ways for communication, different ways, different ways, based on what you are sending from client to server, or like from server to client. There are different instructions or like different rules governing them. I hope I'm making sense. Depending on, we've seen you, if you press enter, you go to behind the scenes, the network, you can see things are coming, but depending on which one you are sending to the server or the server is bringing back, depends, that gives clue to which instructions to use. So you can take this one to mean something like let's say different languages. So if it is this information you are sending, then let's use French to communicate with the server. If it is if it's video, then let's use Russia to communicate. If I'm sending my client, or if the client is bringing some information for me to process, and that information is, let's say, is about text files, okay, then let's use Tree to communicate. If it's about let's say Word document, if the client is requesting for Word document or like a Word document, then let's use let's say Hausa to communicate. So these are different protocols based on the content you want to commit, like you want to transfer between the client and the server. And we know what a client is: anything that requests for information. Example is the browser. And we know what a server is: a computer or a software that gives service to its client. So the communication between the client and then the server are of different types. They are of different types. So one example is called HTTP. HTTP is a way of communication between the server and then the client. Just get that concept. We will not go detail into it, but let's understand it's a type of instruction for communication that is between a server and a client. There is another one called FTP. This hypertext is a transfer protocol, something like this. HTTP, hypertext transfer protocol. And then this one too is file transfer protocol. There's another one called SMTP protocol. Then that one too is I think is simple mail transfer protocol. So that is it. These are different ways. Now, for example, if you are sending email from a client to a server, so there is email server. A server is service. The work it does is to give response to emails, or like to manage email, just like this one is managing maybe payroll data, or like NAPCO workers. You are using this. There is mail server too. That is where when you go to Gmail, your feedback, the message you type will go to, and then you get a feedback. Is email server, a type of server. So that email server, if you want to communicate with it, then this is the instruction you use: SMTP instruction or SMTP protocol. Now this one, the name sound right: file transfer protocol, like FTP. We know what a file is. So if you want to transfer a file, like a document, or like some video, or whatever you want to, you can transfer it from a client to a server using this instruction. And finally, there are some specific documents that you can also transfer using this instruction or protocol called HTTP, hypertext transfer protocol. HTTP, that is hypertext transfer protocol. So that is it. You have a server, you have a client. There is a communication going between them. One requests for information, one provides the answer. Now there are different ways to communicate. You can use different instructions. One of the instructions to do this communication between a client and a server is HTTP. Another instruction you can use to communicate between a client and a server is FTP. Another way you can use to communicate between a client and a server is FTP. If you are using FTP, then that means you are relating to mail. If you are using mail, this is what you are using. It's actually happening behind the scenes. We use it, we don't care which language is being used. But when you step out to to be a web developer, then these things must come to your mind, how these things are. But if you are just a user and yours is just to format your Excel and then send your email as an attachment, you are done, then Palabas. That is it. So that is it for this one. So now let's take note of this, the HTTP. Any communication or anything you send from client to server that you use the HTTP instruction, that thing is called web. That's what web is about. So if it's like a web product or a web service, then what it means is the information from the client to the server uses this type of instruction, FTP. That is what web or website is about. Of course, you can have different let's say instructions in one site. It's possible to have different instructions in one site, but the technical thing you have to notice when you do your transfer of information or like data using HTTP, then you are dealing with web. So one key thing that normally come up is, what is the difference between web and internet? This question comes up a lot. What is the difference between a web and internet? Yeah, that is it. Hypertext, and we can see it here. That is the underlying protocol used by the World Wide Web. And then it defines how messages are formatted and transmitted, and what actions servers and browsers should take in response to various commands. And those are the commands we've seen when we went to the kitchen. Let me say this is the kitchen. This is where the page, everything is going on, but they kind of expose that to us. So for us, this is the dining room. That's behind the scene, things are happening there. So this is the HTTP. So these things happen on the internet that use HTTP. That is what the web is about, or like that is what a website is about. I hope this concept is clear. So that is it for that. Now back to this one. In short, if you take the internet, actually it's this word, internet working. What that means is different networks joined together using different protocols, different networks join together using different protocols. Now let's explain that further. Take for example, if you take Kumasi, you can have a company that inside the company they have their network, they have their computers, the computers are connected. If maybe you go to Accra, you can get another company, they have their company, they have computers inside it, the computers are connected. Now the computers connected in Accra cannot communicate with the computers connected in Kumasi. Computers connected in Tamale cannot communicate with computers connected in Kumasi. But in Tamale there is a network. Those computers can communicate among themselves. Those in Accra can do it among themselves. But it can't cross. So in Accra we have a network. In Kumasi we have a network. In Tamale we have a network. Now let's extend it maybe to our brothers in Nigeria. There's another company there in Nigeria that has its internal network, its computers connected internally. So in Nigeria there, one computer can transfer information from one to another, but it can't transfer to Kumasi. So now if you still go further, let's say to another continent, maybe UK too, there's a company like that, or different companies like that. In US, different like that. To the east, China, Russia, Saudi, Bahrain, Iraq, all these companies, they have their networks in like internal or like local networks they use. Now when all these networks are connected, when all these networks in different countries are connected, then you say inter-networking. So like a network, like network between networks, so that's inter-networking. And then the short version is the almighty internet. So it's basically different small internets, like big but separate ones join. Different protocol, like different instructions, because it can happen that those in Accra, how they transfer files is not the same as how those in Kumasi transfer files. It's not the same as how those in China transfer files. Each network has its own rules. So if you are connecting them, it's like bringing people who speak French, people who speak Mandarin, people who speak English, and then you want them to communicate. So you are using different instructions, different protocols. That means you have to find a way around it in such a way that they can communicate. That is the internet, straight down. Networks connected. That is the structure, the framework, the blueprint. Now, web is a service that runs on the internet. The internet is just the infrastructure. When you connect the whole world, the computers, you have internet. Now, a service that runs on it is the web. If you take, if I have to use, let's say, I'm in Ghana, so let's say Kumasi or like Accra. Now, if you take, let's say Accra, the road, or let's say Kumasi, let's say you say Sofola interchange. The interchange is the network, or like the internet. The cars on it are the web. There can be Abubuya on it, which is not the internet, which is not a car. So that is another service. People, let's say people pass on it, so that is another service. So that is it. We have the internet, then we have the services that run on the internet. So the internet is just basically the connection between the computers to make them global. Different services are running on the internet. One of them is the web, and when it is the web, the language it uses to communicate is the HTTP. I hope this is clear, the difference between internet and then the web. There's the internet and then the web. Now let's move further. Take for example, I've sent information from my browser to a server. Remember, I've already said the servers, there are different. There is a server that works with email. There is a server that works with like this page I requested on Facebook. There is a different server that works on it. Now let's say if you are doing live streaming, there is a different server that will respond to you. If you are sending document, there is a different server that responds to you. So basically, the browser will be sending information to the server, or the client will be sending information to the server. But as to which type of information also determines how it will be treated at the server's end. Now let's come back to the banking example I said earlier. Let's say I'm a client, then I walk into the bank. What am I coming to do? Let's say I want to check balance. Then they will tell you, pick a form here and then go to counter 1. I'm coming to do, let's say, Western Union. Let's say I've gotten some control, so I'm into cash out. Then they will tell you, pick this form, go to counter 2. No, I want to transfer this big man. Then they will say, okay, then maybe pass behind here and speak with the manager. Or I'm coming for like clarification on something, then they will direct you, go to this manager. This is how servers work. Depending on the information you are bringing to the server, then it will direct you to the right agent that can handle your program for you, or like your request for you. This is how servers work. So for example, if you take let's say KMA Kumasi, that is Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly. Let's say the assembly, let's say they have the budget. They have the budget room, let's say room 100. Let's say they have there's engineer, so let's say engineer room, let's say 101. Then there is MCE room, then we have 102. Then let's say accounts, that is 103. Accounts room, so accounts room, so this is 103. Each room and its number, and when the request you are bringing is what determines which room they will direct you to. Of course, a secretary will pick the document first, maybe, and tell you have a nice day. But when you left, depending on the content of your document, that is what will indicate which room it will be taken to. If you take this concept, and this is how servers also work, if you take this concept to the server, budget room 100, if it's computer terms, you will say port 100. Engineer room 101, in the computer world, or like in the web world, you call it port 101. MCE room 102, you call it port 102. Accounts room 103, you call it port 103. This is the concept of port. This is the concept of port. So your message going, if it's like web pages, a page you want to, or like article you are requesting for, then it has to go to a server, some specific server in a certain room, or like in a port. If it's email, then that will also be directed to that particular port. But I just wanted to get the concept of the port, which basically means different servers. Let's say if it's Facebook, on their machine there are different servers. So if it's about email, and to be pushed to email server through the gates, or like to the room 101, or like room 100, so like you say port 100, or like port 80, or port 70, or port 21. So if you are going into web, this is the concept you also have to take note of. That is what port is. It's something also on the internet. Once you start saying like web development, you'll be coming up, like you'll be crossing it often. That is port. So let's see a couple of them. For example, I made mention of this HTTP. HTTP normally go to, or like any document that is instruction is relating to HTTP, it will go to the server through port 80. Is the default. If your client is requesting for a web page, like if I go to Ghana Web, I'm requesting for the home page here. Now this request will go to Ghana Web, their server on port 80. That it will be directed to that server, HTTP server. If it's Gmail and it's a mail I'm sending, it will go to SMTP server, or the server responsible for that instruction, that listens to that instruction. This is how messages are sent, directing to the server. When it gets to the server, then it will still be directed. So technically, you will say, let's say the server, or like for HTTP, the server listens on port 80. That means that is where the server is expecting information that is, or like document that is relating to HTTP. If the document is relating to FTP, like it's file, Word, Excel, video, audio, if you are transferring that one and you're using FTP, the room on the server that document will go to, I think is 21 FTP. So you will say the FTP server is listening on port 21. That means that is where it will be pushed to, so that it will work on the FTP, whether it's receiving it or it's bringing it back to you. So these are the things, and I'm going down to this because, let's say for example, when you build a site on your laptop, you send it to the server so that other people can see it. And to be able to send it, you need information like this: a port number. You need information like this. So let's take note of the concept, is what is important to me. They are just, if let's say this is a server, there can be different servers on it again. So the laptop is there, like the computer is there, a server, full stop. But they can SMTP, SMTP server on it, FTP server on it, HTTP server on it, different servers on it. So the request from the client to the server, based on the request, will indicate which port number it will forward it to. That is it for port numbers. Now let's look at another concept. How is the information sent? Let's say if I'm requesting for this home page, Ghana Web, their home page, how is the information sent? Now there are some key rules, or like protocols, or like instructions that are in charge of this. This one. This is the name. They call them suits. So like together there are many things in it. This instruction is actually what is responsible for sending information over the internet. And there are two parts. You can see it's not all, there are actually two parts: TCP and then IP. There are other things in it, but the suite, there are other things. And you know what suite is? Like if you say office suite, you know, there is Word in it, Excel, PowerPoint, Access, InfoPath, OneNote, Visual, project what different things. So that is what makes it a suite. So the TCP IP suite has different things in it, and one of them is the TCP, another one is the IP, that is internet protocol, and I think this is transmission control protocol. Now, this is how the internet works. This one I'm sending, for example, if I type Ghana Web from my computer here to Ghana Web Server, or if it's Facebook and I type here, it's not like it moves straight from Daniel Osei Asante. This is my JSS, my JSS mate, very brilliant guy. I think he's a medical doctor now. So that is it. If you type something, or like if I type facebook.com, it's not like straight from my machine then it goes to Facebook machine. It has so many places it will pass, so many places it will pass. It will move, maybe like take for example, if you're sending a parcel, let's say from US to Ghana, or like from Ghana to US. First of all, let's say you want to do it through EMS or local post office. You know, you don't go to, let's say, if you are, let's say, in Kumasi, you don't go to Accra to do the submission. Possibly, if you are around Tech, you go to Tech, commercial area, post office is there, you give to them. Now, based on how they work, at the evening, they compile everything and then send that one to maybe a Doom or wherever their major station is for Ashanti region. Then from there, it will be, your parcel will be moved to, let's say, Accra. Then from Accra, it will be moved to wherever, maybe if it takes off, JF Kennedy or whichever place it will land, till it finally gets to the right place, is the right person to get it. On the internet, this is called routing. So when you hear something like router or like router, that is basically what it does. When the messages are moving, it comes to it, it look at it, it has an sender's address, recipient's address, it will look at it, then it will forward it. It's supposed to go here or it's supposed to go here. So that is the routing. So controlling this movement on the internet and other things, that is what this guy does. The transmission control protocol. That is what this one does. Going into detail, meaning you are going into networking, but let's get the concept. This instruction or this protocol is what is behind routing of data on the internet. That is moving from one router to another, to another, to another. Now, what about this guy? The IP. This brings us an important thing. Now, how are computers identified on the internet? Now, take for example, I have information, I want to send it, or I want to make a request to let's say Facebook or to Google. What happens? That is one of the assignments I gave in class. One of the class. That is a project with the inner city, Ministry of Inner City, I gave it. For example, if let's have launched my browser, I've typed facebook.com, I've pressed enter. Can use in less than like 3 seconds the page opens, or like maximum of 5 seconds the page opens. Now from the time I press enter to the time the page opens, we've seen a couple of things that happen in between. That is how do you call it, the messages that are sent, different messages you've seen. So what actually is happening? How are things working behind the scenes? Let's try to get a little understanding of this. I was telling the class that what actually happens when you hit enter to when the page displays. It will be difficult for one person to know it all. Just that 2 seconds between when you press enter and then when that page opens, it will be very difficult for one person to say, I've mastered all this, because it cuts across so many different fields. From the time you enter, when the character will be converted to, let's say, its ASCII code, that is or like how the switches on your board will be working. It cut across different fields before it jumps to the net, and the network guys too will come in. The server administrators too, they have their role, they know what is happening there. So many things goes on in just that 2 seconds when I just press this. I was even saying, look, if you are even to do your PhD in this, like what is happening in these two seconds, or like these 5 seconds, you can just bring out everything that is happening there. It's too deep. So people normally summarize it, list the key things that happens, especially based on your purpose. Just list those things. So for our purpose, this is what we are going to look at. This guy, IP, that's Internet Protocol. First thing we need to get in mind, every computer or every device that is connected to the internet, it has a telephone number. Every device that is connected to the internet, it has a telephone number. So now mine is connected, so mine has a telephone number. And if something is to be moved from my computer to another computer, it is that telephone number that is now our IDs. So if, let's say, I want this page, facebook.com, if I press enter, now that page, that request I've made, the HTTP request I've made, remember this is the web I'm talking of. So that HTTP request I've made, it will be bundled, and then my address, or like to be put in an envelope, let's say a virtual envelope. Then my address, my telephone number will be here, and then where it's going to will also be here. My telephone number will be here, my computer's telephone number will be here, and where that address, where that request, who is to provide me that request, the recipient will also be here. Then it will be thrown, just like the first scenario I gave of sending letter from let's say Kumasi to US or to China. Your address is there, the recipient address is there, then it will be thrown on the internet. Now this address, yours and the recipient, they are taking like their telephone numbers, let me call them that way, because that is what they used to call, the computer used to call them, and would like to communicate with themselves. So that is first of all what will happen. So when you type let's see Facebook, and first of all let's see how this telephone numbers look like. Now for example, let's say my telephone number is 0223480910. This is my telephone number, and then let's see +233, that is, let's see this way, This is for the country, this is for the network, I guess, and this is mine. So this is actually the unique part. You can get another telephone number that has the same one, but this has to change. That is where the uniqueness comes from. The uniqueness is not in the country code or like the network code, is in the your part. So though is one, but it's split this way. This is this is our telephone number. Now computer's telephone number, there are two ways of writing it. Now this is the most popular way of writing the telephone number. Is let's see something like this. This is it, A B C D, or like X Y Z, and then let's see M, like whatever you want to use to represent. But what you need to get in mind is there is something here, there is a dot, there's another thing here, there is a dot, there's a third thing here, there is a dot, there's a fourth thing here, there is no dot. That is the most important thing you have to keep in mind. They are numbers. X is a number, Y is a number, Z is a number, and then M is a number. X, Y, Z, I'm just using them to represent anything. You can use let's say I, IV, just something to represent something. So X, Y, Z, then let's see M. So they are all numbers. Now X, Y, Z, and M are all between 0 and 255. So X goes from 0 to 255, Y goes from 0 to 255, Z goes from 0 to 255, M goes from 0 to 255. So if we use this concepts to fit here, so any number between 0 to 255, so let's say 10. Any number between 0 to 255, let's say 125. Any number between 0 to 255, let's say 60 days, let's say 254. So this is an example of telephone number. That is computer's telephone number. This can be anything. So I can also write 169, like 169 254 32 3. The key thing is split into 4, and each can be from 0 to 256. So you also see 192, 168, let's say .1.1.1. This is it. You can have these two. It's the same. One falls between 0 and this. So this also works. But what you need to take note of is, just like how this telephone number is split into parts, this one too the same way. So this can represent something, and then this will represent something, or this will represent something, and then this will also represent something. But what I'm very focused on for this program, or like this course, this tutorial we are looking at, is one, get the concept that every computer that is connected to the internet has a telephone number. If it doesn't have it, if it doesn't get, it can't connect to the internet. It must get the telephone number first so that it can communicate with other computers. And the structure of the telephone number is a number dot number dot number dot number, and each of these can go between 0 and 255, and then the second one too the same way, 0 to 255, the third one 0 to 255. This is computer's telephone number. This is how it is. So if you go to like a internet cafe, you connect your laptop, the attendant is supposed to come and give you a number like this before you can have access to the internet. Now take for example mine here. If I go to adapter, I come here, I go here. Do you see something here that is similar to what we've discussed so far? You see? So this is where the telephone number is hiding. 192.168.20 and then 200. That is, like I was saying, this can represent something just like this one represents country code and this one represents the network. So the same way, you can see the first three represent something, that is the subnet. But that is not what we are going to. What we want to focus on is, one, get the concept that every computer you connect to the internet, it needs to get this telephone number. Now, every telephone number of this is of this form, and you need to get this understanding for the reason that if you buy a hosting space, which you will get to, like if you start hosting, you will get into it. When you buy, the information they will send you, there will be something like this in it. There will be something like this in it. The port we talk about, that port will be there. I hope this is clear. Now you can see this. Obtain an IP address automatically. So sometimes it is here. So when you go to the cafe, as soon as you plug your cable, automatically some magic will happen behind the scene and you'll be assigned, so the attendant will not have to come automatically to key in something like this. You'll be given dynamically. You'll be given. It doesn't have to be hard fixed this way. We will come back to what this means, because if you are buying a hosting space, they give you information about this one too, each and where you have to fix it, but we want to understand them first. So know what an IP now is. It's just computer's telephone number. That is how best I can explain it. That is what other computers use to communicate. So now we've seen what telephone number is. So when you press this enter, first of all, this is not a telephone number. Facebook, right? We say computers use telephone number to communicate, but what we have here is Facebook. So what happens? First thing that happens is called resolution. Like I'm looking at the big stages that happen after pressing enter. And what happened is, there are certain computers in the world, and in that computers they have a file. Let's see if one is in Ghana, and then there is this file in it. Now take for example, ideally, if you want to Google, it is something like this you should have typed. Yes, if you want Ghana Web, you have to search for Ghana Web's, their telephone number, their server's telephone number, and then you put that in the browser. If you need to communicate, like to go to Modern Ghana, their page, you'll have to get this and then enter it here instead of the modernghana.com. It will have been something like this. That is what you should have been doing. Now just ask yourself, how many of these numbers can you memorize? Like off my head, I know Facebook, I know Twitter, I know LinkedIn, I know Tumblr, I know Pinterest, I know Skype, I know just imagine, just now size I've mentioned. Do you think if it was 5 of these I was to kind of remember? Is it that easy? No, it's not easy. That is what brought about this concept called domain name. And we all know what this concept is. If you take your phone, that's basically what it is. You know, we have telephone numbers, and then it's difficult to be remembering telephone numbers, so we save them with names. So like on my phone, I have Ajara Sana, and Ajara Sana, if I go to the telephone number, the telephone number is 054048 blah blah blah. That is the telephone number. So in this concept, the name Ajara Sana is the domain name, and then the telephone number, that is the IP. This computer telephone number I'm talking of technically is called IP address, and this is just the concept. Actually, the important thing is the number, but we can be keeping it in our mind. For example, if like I have over 1,000 contacts, if I was just saving them the numbers direct without names, you see, it's so difficult figuring them out. So you have to use a name to save it. That is what this concept of domain name is. So if you see facebook.com, that is just like the let's say I have another name here, Lord Kelvin. So if I want to, I can communicate with Lord Kelvin without even knowing the actual number because I've saved it. But the phone will actually go through this process, look for Lord Kelvin, and then actually use the number that I've saved the number, the name to. So that is it for domain name. So if Facebook like this, definitely Facebook have a telephone number that could be something like let's say 17, anything at all, whatever you type has a meaning, but for now I'm just putting anything out. What we are interested in is there are grouped in 4 dot in between them, and each one is between 0 and 255. So if you write this 300, you know this is not a valid IP address. This is not a valid IP address. And then you can't have like let's say -4, like -2, no negative in it. They are all positive numbers. I made mention of another way of, like earlier I mentioned of 2 ways of writing this. There's another one, I think it's 128. IP version 16. And this one, the one we've done is version 8. There's another version 16. So if you look at the format, that is a bit longer than these 4 groupings. That is a bit longer than that. This is currently what we have. It's called the version 4. And from here, when I open, I guess we have an idea of this is the IP version 4, and then you see IP version 6 is also there. So if you have to enter this is long. But currently this is what we are using, and if you do calculation, it's about 4 billion or so, like 4 billion devices that can have unique telephone numbers on the internet if you are using this this concept of grouping them into 4 by the time you finish using all different from 0 to 255 or here the same way, you will be hitting like 4 billion devices. So it's kind of challenge. That is why the version 16 came, so that it can give to more devices. So let's see something like IP version. Let's see if we place this in. You can get a version 16. Okay, so blah, blah, blah. IP version 16. Then you have a number of device support. Tell me. Yeah, so it can support up to 2 to the power 128. No, what am I doing? I think that is it here. This is the number of devices it can support. So plenty devices. Plenty devices. So that is the different version of the IP, but we are not interested in it for now. So that is this domain name. So when you type something like facebook.com, first thing is this name. There's a computer that will search for this name, will pick this name and search for the corresponding telephone number. That's the resolution. So sometimes when you buy a domain name, let's say I buy let's say Zongo Hub. If I buy this, I'll be given an IP address. As part of the details that will come, they will tell you this is your IP address. This is something like this. So you let's say you bought this already, but they'll give you this. If you buy this, then they'll give you this. This is your telephone number. So there is a way to set it, and when you set it, then sometimes they will tell you maybe DNS resolution is taking place. Let's maybe like your domain name will be reset. It's after 24 hours, or else we say like after 4 hours, or like in some hours. That is doing resolution. So it's kind of updating other computers in the world that please this new name is registered and it matches these telephone numbers, so that other computers in the world will be aware. It's like they will update their record with this. So when that is happening, you say it's doing this resolution. So when you type facebook.com, the first thing you are doing is you are changing the word facebook.com. A computer will pick it up and then go and look through its file, and the file is just like something like, let's say, Excel, blah 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 blah. So the file is just something like Excel. So let's say we will have a domain name, then we have IP address. So if this is google.com, is So maybe this is 192, this. So this is modernghana.com, and then the IP address is this, just something to represent something, and then this is, let's say this is my site, and then let's say it is 12.1.1.1. Of course, there are certain IPs they don't give it out. It's like it's reserved for special purposes. So that is it. The typical example is let me see. What do we do? Which one again? Let's say Yahoo, or like myjoyonline.com, then 192.168. Let's say 20.200. Now, IPs that begins with 192.168 is not accessible to the public. Remember, initially I made mention of like maybe a company in Kumasi, they have this internal company like network for computers to connect. They can use IP telephone number that begins with 192 and then 168. That is it. So it kind of they are private IPs. You don't see these ones on the internet. So these ones can duplicate. Maybe the company in Kumasi will be using this one. It's possible the company in Accra, the network in Accra, they can also use this IP. It's not accessible to the public. And the other way, sometimes the beginning indicates what type of which they are called classes of IPs. I don't want to go detail because that is entirely something else. So there are different classes: class A IP, class B, class C IP. Those things are there. Ours is just to focus on how this matching is done. So first thing is, when you type like google.com, there is a computer called DNS. And we saw something like that when we opened the network site I went. Yeah, there is a computer called DNS. There are some types of computers, or like some type of routers. They also route information. So you see your preferred DNS. So if you are doing configuration, they will actually like your preferred DNS. This is the computer, or like the first computer, that if you type like facebook.com, your machine will try to look for the corresponding IP address on that. That's the first computer it will try to look for. So what it means is, the computer with this IP should have this Excel sheet. So when you type, you are assuming that the computer should have it. So when you type google.com, it will go to this computer, look through its Excel sheet, and pick the corresponding telephone number to put on your envelope. Then it will then like the message will now start going based on this IP address. So that is resolution, DNS resolution. This is the DNS, and then matching to get the correct IP. That is the resolution. So when it sees it, the yes things will be happening, but finally you will get your message. But it will get to, let's say, Facebook will look at it. Okay, this message is addressed to me. It will also open. Okay, the guy says he needs the login page. You put the login page, type, swap the address. Now Facebook's one become the the source, and then yours now become the destination. Remember, first yours was the source, Facebook's own was the destination. But when it gets to Facebook, and Facebook is to give you a reply, he also bring his own envelope, a virtual envelope. Technically, it's called a packet. That is how it's called, packet. So that packet will have the sender and then the receiver, their IPs on it, or like their IDs on it. So that is the DNS resolution. Taking this name, doing a lookup in that sheet to find this correct number, and then sending that request to this particular computer through different it can pass through different servers before it gets. For example, if you do, I think, Traset, and then you press enter, this, and then you see that is this is the first IP address it hit. That should be Google, the IP address. So to get to that IP address, it's telling you to get to this computer. It's telling you there are about 30 hops. Like it will go to about 30 different computers. About things like that. It will move from one computer to another to about 30 hops. So those are the possible movement is what is listing. So if you are to send information, these are the possible places to go. It could not reach this particular computer, but it's one of the computers it will go to. So you see, so if you Traset any site, you see possible different movements your request will go through before it finally reach to the person. There's no guarantee it will take the same route back. There's no guarantee. It can take different path, because the computers always look for the best route to forward. Now, for example, if this one that I've set, this one I've set, if I type google.com and then it comes to this DNS, these are the computer that do the translations from from the domain name to the IP address. And we know what the domain name is. This is just a domain name, the facebook.com. This one is a domain name, and this is the IP address. So if you buy this, they will give you an IP address. And when you are to search for something or request for information from Google, this one will be converted to this one. So that is what I was trying to talk about. So when you go to this place, this one, and the computers, that's whose role it is to be changing the IP, the domain name to the IP address. They are the DNS servers. They are servers. That's the work they do. If the first one the one I put here is not able to find, let's say, Google in its Excel sheet, it knows the nearest DNS, so it will send that request to the nearest DNS. That DNS server too will look through each sheet. If it find the Google, then it will take the IP address, and then based on that your message will be kind of moved to where it's supposed to. If that one too doesn't, that one too knows a bigger DNS. So that is how the thing is. Maybe this computer is in Kumasi, so it has sites and IP, like domain names and IPs relating to Kumasi. If it doesn't know, there's a mother computer in Ghana that knows let's say the IP addresses and domain names in Ghana. So the Kumasi one will throw you to Ghana. Now, if Ghana goes through its Excel sheet and then or like whatever sheet and couldn't find it, it will throw you to a bigger computer that is in charge of Africa. Now, Africa, the one in charge of Africa, to the same thing, it will go through. If it can't find, there are original computers set aside for those computers they have every information of domain name you've registered, and they know it because when you are registering, you provide that information. We will surely get to that when we get to how to buy these domain names and other things. So every computer has a telephone number. When you want to connect to the computer, that is the telephone number you have to use, but we can't remember them. So the world settled on giving names that can be remembered, and that is the domain name. So if this is your telephone number, you can have a domain name like outlook.com, and this will be your IP address. Before you have a site to communicate, you need this IP address that comes with, or a domain name that comes with an IP address, and then you'll be giving your detail, you'll be giving your DNS server. So there's a place you'll be fixing all these things. There's a place and then your port. Remember, there's a place you'll be fixing all these things. So that is the concept of IP address, and then the domain name. And once you register it, it's unique. So it's once per registration. If you register Zongo Hub, period, that is it. You have registered it. So the next thing we want to look at is few things to consider. Let's say few things to consider when registering domain name. Something like Ghana.com. Yes, I want to buy this. If you buy the domain name, definitely you'll be giving your IP that matches to that domain name. So let's say let me say training.com, or should we buy training.org, or something like training 24/7.com or .org. So what are the things you have to consider when buying domain name? Remember, if you are building a site, that is one of the things you need. If you don't have it, you can put the site out for people to see. You have to buy a domain name. Then they will give you a telephone number that matches with that domain name. So one of the things you can consider in, I'll list them in no particular order as they come. I will say like age of the, or like how long. Now this brings us this concept. If let's say you want to build a site, and then you want to build a site on, let's say Kumasi Mall, or like KJTR.com. This KJTR.com, technically you don't buy it, you register it, you subscribe. So every year you have to renew it. The year you don't renew, you lose it. I hope this is clear. It's not for free, and it's not like one-time payment. Every year you have to renew it. So this will also give a fair idea of how to budget like a website. If you want to develop a website for someone, the things definitely you have no option, you have to buy. One is the domain name. You have no option, you have to buy it. There are free ones, but those ones are dirty. You can see something like, you wanting simple KJTR.com, you can have maybe the company who is giving it to you for free. So you see something like if it's from Google, you will see google.kjtr, or like Google service.kjtr.com, or if it's from, let's say, WordPress or this, or if it's, then you see something like blogger.something, or like blogging.kjtr. You will not get the actual simple one you want. If you want this simple one, then or like straightaway.com.org. You just need to buy. There is, you can skip it. So how long should you register it? Maximum is 10 years. Maximum is 10 years. You can register it for 1 year, for 2 years, I don't know, maybe even 6 months, 5 years. Maximum is 10 years. You can register it for 10 years. You can't go beyond that. Now, why will you want to register it for 10 years? It helps. One, like if price increases, it doesn't affect you. You've already registered it. That is one advantage. Price increase, or like you are not affected. Affected by price increase. Let's hope this is increase. You're not affected by price increase. And then 2, the site you build using this name will have a bit of credibility before like the good, like the big guys. And if I say the big guys, I mean like people like or like industry, or like companies like Google, Yahoo, Microsoft, and how it happens is, take Samsung for example. Let's say I'm in Kumasi, or let's say I just came to Kumasi. I need a company to build a website for me, so I'll type web developers in Kumasi. I don't know any company. I just type. You see, Ghana web design, Webnam. This is Interlex. So there is Ashanti Web, there is Shell Tech, there is Web for You Ghana. So these are different companies that provide the service I want, that is web development. Now ask yourself, I just type this. Okay, take for example, if I'm not okay with it, I'll go to the next page. Then maybe there's this Figasu Info Corporation, Infocorp, or then Ghana Business Web, Ghana Web Design. If still I'm not comfortable with any company, the tech is here, then I'll go to next. So then there is Hyperweb here, and then Work Software. Now the key thing to note is, I first of all went to page 1, came, I couldn't find my choice, I went to page 2. So why is it that Ashanti Web is the second on the list and Hyperweb is at page 3, second on the, this is called a page, like everything that open makes one page. So why is it that Ashanti Web came first and then Hyperweb is on the third? Now ask yourself, who will come searching for a site? The person will see this, and the person will still skip and go to 3. Now just imagine if yours is somewhere here. I hope these people are in Ghana. Okay, yes, page 10, and that is what is it Uniat or like Technova Ghana. You see, they are at page 10. So who will come searching for like company to develop a website for them? The person, everything on page 1, the person will not be satisfied. The person will move to page 2, will move to page 3, will move to page 4, up to the 10. Ask yourself, if you are doing school assignments, how many of us go beyond Wikipedia? You search by first page, first title, Wikipedia is there. Just copy and go your way. You don't bother yourself to go to second or third page or fourth page of the results that shows. So the question I asked is, why is this one first page and then Tech Novo Ghana is on page 10? Have you ever asked yourself? Remember, the one at page 10 is losing, or it's less likely people searching for websites will find him, because people normally go to page 1 here. They are likely to get what they want here, and then they will not go to next. Only few people go to next. So why is this one page 2 and then the other page 3? Remember, if Google puts you at page 10, then that means you are losing market. So why others are put page 1, others page 2, others page 3? Now, all the tricks you have to do so that you come to page 1, all the tricks you have to do so that you come to page 1 is called search engine optimization. Search engine optimization. That means you're optimizing your site for search engine, and search engine like Google, Yahoo, Bing, Ask, Lycos, different search engines that you can search for information. So all search engines, they rank pages. They rank pages based on so many criteria, and those criteria are grouped into what is called algorithms. So there are different algorithms Google use to rank which site is important, or which site is valid, or which site is trustworthy. And based on those criteria, which site has enough content, which site has unique content, which site are people referring to many, which site has link to other sites. So many things Google use to rank all pages it visits. If you build your site, Google will come and visit your pages. They are the internet guru. So their search engine will visit all pages and then to rank them, or is it like to index them, and that is the results is what it used to bring others to page 1, bring others to page 2, bring others to page 3. So if you register your domain name, let's say for 10 years, you are giving a clue to search engines that, man, I'm in real business. So it increases your credibility before like search engines. It helps. It make them like trust you. And the reason why that trust came in is previously people will just register, and even now it happens, people register domain name, they will build a site, use it for some bad thing, and then in like 2, 3, 4, 5 months you just dump it, they are done. Let's say for example, someone you want to hack, you need to build like some phishing site, you don't register it for like 1 year or 2 years. If possible, you can just register for like 3 months or like 4 months, and then you deploy it. Now once you get the details you want, you don't need that site again. So because of this, Google or like search engines realize that domain names that are short-lived, they are not really for business. Like people have their own reasons, so why should I be bringing such things to the front? So it's one of the things, if you do it really help you if it's long. There are so many criteria Google will use, and or like the search engine. I normally use the Google, or you see people that normally do this search engine optimization. There are full companies that is the work they do. When you build your site, they will come for and apply all possible tricks so that they will bring your site to the frontier. But that is part of the marketing aspect of your website. That is the search engine optimization. What the person will do is to apply all the technical knowledge he has so that your site will come to this place. And one thing you have to note is, it's not every search that your search site will come to. It depends on the words the person type. So if you are applying the trick to come to the first page, you can apply the trick for all words. You have to be focused, and that's what your business is about. If your business is about digital marketing, then maybe those are your key two words, digital and the marketing. So you apply all your tricks on digital marketing, those two words. And when people type digital marketing, or like let's say the person is from where and then comes to Ghana, so like Ghana, so your keywords are the digital and the marketing. And to be able to have upper hand on these two words, you bid for them. Yes, you bid for those two words, and if you are a highest bidder, then that two words will be linked to your site, and when people search, it will be, your site will appear. There are different tools you can use to you can do the bidding on Google. Google has it, and there's something called keyword search. You search for keyword search tools. You can see trend of like words. Let's say January, which words is people in Ghana type in Google most, or like this, how is the trend? Or like you take some particular word, like let's say NAM1, what is the history of NAM1 in terms of search? So you can study, and then if it's good, then you bid for the word. You say, okay, well, I'll bid for this word for, let's say, $100. So if you are the highest bidder, then that word is, you take over that word, and when people search, that will link them to your site. It's complex than how I'm explaining it, but that is the idea I want to bring across. So when you buy your site, your domain name, take note, you've not built a site. If you have something like facebook.com or like zongohub.com, it doesn't mean you have a site. It just said domain name you've registered. You've just gone for IP, a computer you want to put your files on. And because people can't be typing in their browsers things like 192 what. Now if you take this one, for example, this 5,000, that is the port I made mention of. So if you are going to this computer, go to this computer using at port 5000. This is for a Python program I'm using locally. That is the thing. So because people, this is actually what you're supposed to get, but they will give you this so that you people can now use this one to link to you. That is like how we are using this one to link to Facebook. So that is the advantage you get if you register it long. But if you have nothing to lose, if it's 1 year, you can register it. I have a domain name that is about 4 or 5 years, I think 4 years now. It's just year I've been doing the renewal, and then I think most of my clients is year at the end of the year, then they will kind of pay, then I'll do the renewal. And one thing I have to mention here is, before you even move on, just this domain name is a full business. If you really want to go, let's say, to internet business, one thing you can take, it's called domain name trading. You register the domain name and then you sell it later. Full business. Now, for example, see something, I think, yeah, you can use this one to see trends in words. These are also one of the keywords analyzers to see which word this man people search for plenty. So then, especially bloggers too, these tools help. If you blog, when you use these tools, you can know, okay, this month people are talking about, or these people are talking about men's gold. Okay, then meaning if you write articles that has title or body relating to men's gold, then that means you have it. Or let's say, and Chelsea lost. So if you check the trend, you realize Chelsea might be people are searching the keyword search. So Chelsea, so you can write your article around the word Chelsea. So that is that is it. So this whole domain name business, serious. Take for example, now buying this name, let's say www.facebook.com or www.internet.com or whatever.com, it's just about $15. The maximum is $20, depending on where you are buying it, which company you are buying from. And there are so many companies that you can buy from. We will see how you buy these things later. So there are so many companies, so many companies you can buy from. It's just about $20, $15 to $20, depending on some other services they will add. Now take it this way. You see, imagine you buy a land, and then maybe be paying whatever land deals you have to pay, be paying maybe like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years later. You buy it, you sell it at a price that is good for you. So that is the same concept in domain name trading. So for example, watch something here, or like my name, Kawunda.com. I want to buy it. Now I've tried before, someone has registered it, so it doesn't exist, but the person is selling it. Now when I try to contact the person is telling me I will not sell it below $200, something that costs just like $20. The person is not selling it below $200, and even the $200, I think it was last 2 weeks or so, I realized always it was above $1,000, always above $1,000. It's just recently I realized the person has reduced the price. So the net is not helping. There's this one to Brekum.com. I tried contacting the person, and the person is in US. So and that is also not charging. If you release it, he will not accept anything below $2,000. That is something he bought for just $20 or like $15. He's not anything less than $2,000. He will not sell it. Now, if you want to know, look at this. There's this site too you can try. Golfstate.com. I wish we can see this. Golfstate.com. If you want to sell it, if you want to buy, someone owns it already. The person bought it, but he hasn't built the site. He just registered the name and put it down. Just like you can register, you can buy a land and then just keep it there without building a house. So the person just registered it, and the person is not accepting. If you are coming for, he's not accepting anything less than $4,000. The person is not accepting anything less than $4,000. It's there every year. The person will renew it $20 or like $15. It's there. Maybe some Arab money guy, so it doesn't think. But actually, the one who is in US, it's a US guy who owns it. The Golfstate.com is a US guy who owns it, and then he's not accepting anything less than $4,000. He know definitely somebody from that area will have interest in building a site that has that name. So he was smart and then he registered it. I realized this when I was to register a domain name for one NGO in Kuwait. And so during my search, I also realized govstate.org is also available. I said, hey, I also registered it. So I've also registered it, I've kept it down, and I've also made my mind. I'm not accepting anything less than $2,000. I'm not accepting anything less than $2,000. And I know someday some big guy in the Gulf state will have interest in that name, Gulf State. Maybe for some projects, things like that, they will have interest in it. So what you normally do is when you buy it, there is a way you can just set it up and your telephone number will be there. Maybe I'm selling it. So the person will contact you direct. Another way you can do is to go through a broker. There are those agents too. That one too is a full business. Like negotiator. So he will become in between, and then or you hand over the domain name to him, and then he will sell. So you give him a price and then he will get commission on it when he sells it. So that is the domain name trading. That is it. And those who normally do it, a person can have like 1,000 or like 2,000 domain names he has registered. That is his company. Just registering these names. He's not building the site, just registering this name. He has full employees, full computer setup for that purpose. And if you want to go that one, you need some tools. Now, for example, if someone owns, let's say, Kaunda.com, I have to monitor him. Is it expiring? To the point like, when is it expiring? It's expiring tonight at what time? Let's say 12 midnight. So there are softwares you can use to track. So as soon as it expires, then you capture it. So if you set up a company, you need those tools too, so that you can quickly capture it before someone else or like an enemy. Actually, it's not like right after the expiration, then there is this something called grace period. There's grace period and redemption period. For example, if your domain name expires, you have like I think 2 months or so to renew it at no cost. Now, if you don't renew it, then it goes to a redemption cost. In that place, you are still the only person that can renew it, but at a cost. Maybe if it's $20, then I'll tell you renew it at $300. If it goes beyond there, then they will release it to the market again and everybody. So at that point, they want to release it to the market. When the domain name, when it expired, it went to grace period, you didn't register. It went to redemption, you didn't renew it, and it's about to be released to the public. That is why people are alert. Now, like, who is to catch it first? You have to use software. You can't. So it's like every second you have to check like 100 times. Is it released? Is it released? So that is so they are called drop catches. Like something, they're about to drop the domain name, so they are called drop catchers. They kind of monitor with softwares which domain is expiring. Nice ones that they quickly capture it and then resell. That's what they do. So that is basically the domain trading. If someone is interested, it's a whole field of itself. Just like the search engine optimization. If you want to go to internet business, you can just focus on search engine optimization. That is picking companies and applying the skills to bring them to first page, or getting the right tools and then monitoring domains that are expiring, or looking for domain names like this and then approaching the people who might have interest, and then you sell to them at your own profit. So we've kept a lot, but I just feel like something maybe to be helpful to someone. So we are still looking at things you have to consider when you're registering this domain, and then we've looked like at how long you have to register it. Now let's look at the main words you have to use. Let's say, for example, let's see what I'm doing is relating to, let's say, Zongo. So let's say Zongo Hub, or like Zongo Tech, or like Kumasi, Kumasi Mall, or like KJTR as we wrote in the beginning. But my best advice, try to make it short. Alright. If KJTR is available, fine. If you don't get it, then you can say maybe like Kumasi KJTR. But always try to get the shortest one. No. If this is available, go for it. KJTR, period. Now there is this whole debate that goes on. Shall I use my company name? So for example, if your SYZ Enterprise, should I go for syzenterprise.com and things like that, or I can just use any name that matters. It's kind of debate that I'm sure there will never be an answer till the world ends. So, but me personally, I will tell you, if you combine your business name and it's short, then that's fine. Other than that, look for a simple word that something that rings a bell when people hear it, and then they can just move with it, and then that's all. And that is all. So this is it, kjtr.com. Also take note of that is in this area what I'm trying to say, it should be short. Should be short. The name should be short. And how short am I looking at? Let's say something less than 15. Something less than 15 letters or characters. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is 7 characters. I have my Gulf state is ideally plus the extension. You see, that is what I'm looking at, the 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13. So that is fine. But if you don't get plus the extension, if this is somewhere around 15, that is fine. And the reason why I'm using that 15 as a limit is, one thing I normally encourage is, if you have a site like gulfstates.org, then try and get the email also, like gulfstates@gmail.com or at yahoo.com or at outlook.com. Try to get one of these. I would prefer Gmail because it has so many features, which is good for internet business, so that your email and your site will match. And try to get the same name for Twitter handle too. So your Twitter handle too ideally should be Gulf State. So this is digital branding, so like that consistency. So if like your business card, you say your social, or like your social handle, you can do something like Gulf State. So meaning every social media, this is what you are using. Instead of let's say Facebook, then let's say Gulf State, and then like Twitter, and then let's say Gulf State, and then Facebook, or the first one is Facebook, and then let's say YouTube .com/ and then maybe like Gulf State. So these are different handles for different platforms. So Twitter is the maximum for Twitter is 15, and that is why I normally focus on, you see, Brocom is for sale, and I don't want to key in my details. If you key in, they'll be worrying your email, like I think this one is through an agent. It's not the person direct, it's through an agent. That is by domain. Like they will tell you maybe like, oh, there's a discount of 10%, so will you still want to buy? So that mail will be coming to your inbox. So that is it. So Twitter handle. That is 15 characters. Twitter handle is 15 characters. So if your site is anything above 15, then that means you can have the same domain name as your Twitter handle. You might have to cut some away and then use it as Twitter handle. That is why I normally put it at maximum of 15. So that is it with the length. Now, one thing we also have to look at is the characters. Ideally, if it's possible, use A to Z. Use only alphabets. Use only alphabets. So it's just like what we did kejetia.com, you know, Kejetia. They are all alphabets. They are all alphabets. Things like 24 or like Ghana, so like 233 or like 233 Kejetia. You know, there is this whole concept called mobile first. If you are building site, try to think of those who use mobile phone before factoring. When the site is fine for those people, before factoring those that use computer. That is the concept of mobile first design. So what that means is make it easier for users who use mobile phone to be able to access your site. Now, what this means is, if this is your site, I mean the person would type K, like on the phone, he will type Kejetia. Then he will have to go and type the Alt to change the key so that he can get access to the numerals. And then he will type 233. Then he will tap the Alt again to change it to alphabet. Then he will continue with the .com. So there's that kind of slowness. You are slowing the person. That means it's no user like mobile friendly. Let me put it that way. It's not mobile friendly. So that is why it's advisable, if your site can fit into, if you can just get a name that is 0 like A to Z, then that I'm speaking with like English users in mind. But if yours is China, or then the same thing, make sure you don't use names that will let the user flick between the key layout before he can. Now, the same way things like dot, dash, and other things, to try to do away with them, just like you try to do away with the numbers. All these ones make the user switch in between. That is it in terms of the characters you will have to use. Now, one other thing also in buying domain name is, but this is a bit technical and it's not always that it kind of brings problem. Take for example let's say you want to buy this Kejetia. It's possible someone used it for bad thing, the person got blocked, and then the person dumped it. Let's say someone bought this first, used it for fishing, and then the person dumped it. So this particular domain name is tagged. That maybe it has been used for spamming before. So there's that red flag on this. So if you go to buy, all penalties will now be coming to you. Like, or like somebody bought this domain to do search engine optimization just for that purpose. For example, one of the things search engine optimization, Google ranking, one of the things it considers is how many sites link to your site. Or there is a particular page, how many different sites link to that page. To say like something like backlink, creating links. For example, let's say Wikipedia. If I search for Twitter on Wikipedia, You see, these are other links. It's possible it's also right here on Wikipedia, or it could be a link to some other site somewhere. So which other site? Now this site, for example, if like let me say this is another site and Wikipedia is linking to it, that site gets credibility. You see, because Wikipedia is credible, so if Wikipedia is linking to you, it kind of like, yeah, you have a thumbs up. And so because of this linking, people sometimes register many sites. They will have one site, or when they are doing search implementation for their client will have a site. They have different sites already they've registered. So they will just try to create that link to the client side, though they are not, there's nothing relevant in it, just creating that backlink, linking to this. So when you do something like that and then Google gets you, it's like you are trying to have Google, so they punish you. And what that happens is, when you, whatever effort you even put in again, your site will not come to number one on Google, because you've been punished. And it can take years to redeem that image, or several activities you have to do before you can redeem your image. So if someone use it for something bad, dump it, and then there's a flag on that domain name, then you have problem when you use it. So it's one of the things, but this thing you have to check it behind the scenes, and it's easy to check. If you go to your browser and then you search for it's like blacklisted, it will give you, I think you get a good site, you can put in that domain name to see if it's blacklisted. Now one thing I also talk about, but I think it just came to my mind when I reached here. Remember back somewhere I made mention that if only you connect to the internet, you will give an IP. So for now I'm connected to, so if I go to, where's my IP? So now this is my IP, this internet I've connected to, this is the IP I'm using. Now this will be signed by your ISP, that's the internet service provider, the company that is providing you the internet. So in my case I'm using MTN. So I don't know if internally they are providing it or they've also outsourced that service, but basically the one to provide me is MTN, so they will provide this. So as soon as you on your data, you connect, this will be given to you automatically. This will be given to you, and it doesn't mean anytime you connect is what you get. It's not fixed, so it's not like a fixed IP. You can get anytime you connect differently. So that is it for. So in terms of that blacklisting is also something you can check, and it can affect you, for example, in emails. When you register this and you create emails like info@kgtr.com, and then it's easy to create. When you do something like this and then you use it to send email, it can be going to spam because someone has already used this to do something bad, and it's affecting you. So basically that is it for things you have to consider when buying your domain name. That is it. The length, how long you want to buy for 1 year. Now let's look at this one also. I just occurred to me, shilubai.com, .org, .mail, .gh, .gov. Which one should you buy? There are different ones. For example, domain extension. If you type domain extensions, you will get plenty. Browse over 800. That is for DNS. And DNS, we know the full meaning is domain name systems, or like domain name servers. They switch your IP address to. Okay, so these are different dot am dot what, and these are the prices, and you can go to next. I think it's in alphabetical order, so you now build Barcelona. So there are different ways you can, extensions you can have, different, but I think the buzzword is still the .com. There are new ones like .tech, I think biz.io, as input output, relate, giving a clue that this is about computer, and then or like AI, like artificial intelligence, or about if you are to accounting, you say like accountant. Something different, but still the buzzword is the .com, like, and that means commercial. You are going into business. So if you are not into business, and currently there is NGO also, I think .ngo. Top level domain. Yeah, it's there. .ngo is also there. So if you are into NGO, previously the correct one everyone used was .org, but now there is NGO specifically. So .net if it's about network, .mil that is for military, whatever it is, and it's kind of brings slight difference in the prices, the .com and the .org. If you are going for business, then straight away go out for .com. I'll recommend that. People are not used to the others yet. Now, for example, if you tell me, oh, my site is KJTia, if you just say KJTia, the default thing that will come to my mind if I'm typing is .com. If I would think of maybe .tech, .org, .io, whatever, the default one that comes to people's mind is the .com. So let's go for that .com. So let's say we have this one. Remember, we are still going through, we want to build a site. If not forgotten, when we want to do, one thing we need is a domain name. So you have to know what domain name is, how to register it. If you register, they will give you a domain name, they give you your IP and some other details. So that is it. So let's try and register this. And to register it is simple. You say or like you pull your browser and then domain name register. Let's say this one in Ghana. So different companies will come that do the registration. I normally register with this company called Tech Ghana. They are in Kumasi here and register a lot. I've used them for about 4 years and I think I'm fine with them. So you can search for whatever company you will find, but the steps are the same. I will go to the Tech, and because I know them, I've been using them already. And let me bring this disclaimer: I don't work for them. It's not an advertisement. I've just been using their service for about 4 years now, and I'm fine with them. So that is why I'm using them. So Tech, I don't know any of their staff. So feel free to choose whichever one you want. There are so many other ones in Ghana that you can do. I think just remember this. I made mention of this one. Part of the extensions, like you can have kjtia.com.gh, so like .org.gh. Yeah, this one too is something you can register, but the price is a bit higher than just the .com. The .com is around like $20, and if by 5 years, that's around 100 cedis. That's 100 cedis if it goes for $20. But for .com.gh you pay, I think, 200 cedis. That one is Ghana, so they call it 200 cedis. 200 cedis, so to get .com.gh. But this one, you can't just be registering it online. You have to submit company document, a sign that you have a business running. They will request for it before you complete the process. And then there's this one too, like ketia.gov.gh. If you want .gov, this one is not for sale. This one is not for sale. It's for government. It's government that gives it, but government only gives it to its agencies, not like private business guys. No, for only government agencies. So if you have to build a site for a government agency, then this is what you have to go for. And to get this one, the agency you are building it for will write a letter to NITA. I think that's the National Information Technology Agency. The government agency that needs a site that you have to build with this domain name .gov, they will write to NITA, and then with the name they want to use, so that NITA will create that name for them, and then plus some other details. So the name is free, but there's another thing we'll talk about when we are done with the hosting. With the domain name, we go to hosting, and then you realize for the hosting is not free, you pay, but this one is free. So for normal business, then we are good to go with .com. So this is search. I'll go here. So I have account with them already. So web service. This is my email. Hope I'm right, good. So I have a couple of active domains. I have the 8 active domains with them, and I have so many expired ones. So that is it. So now we want to buy how do you call it, Ketia, right? Ketia.com. Let's say you click register. It's searching first to see if it's available, and to make sure I'm a human being. That's why it's providing this for me to verify myself. Give me feedback. I'm a human being. Okay, so it's searching. Ketia.com is not available. Now there is this trick, but I remember not quite long. It's long. About a year ago, I checked and this was available. So let's see who owns this. Let's see who registered it. There's something called whois.com. Like you say, who is lookup. So if you come here and I type this. I see this organization. They are actually the mother. That is the mother, the bigger canopy in charge of this IP address systems creation and signing and those things. So definitely they have to know whoever is behind any site. They also want to make sure I'm a human being. So I'll verify myself, and this is the person who owns it. Okay, contact information they didn't provide. That is it. eGov IT Solutions. That is the company that registered it, but as to who owns it is not listed. And it's one of the things, if you are buying the domain name, you will see. I checked. Well, this one is telling me it was created in 2007. and that means it's something else I checked. So that is it. It was created in 2007, and the last update was 2018. So it means to expire if it was registered for 1 year. That means yeah, this is the expiration date. It will expire. So the drop catching I was talking of, you'll be monitoring these expiration dates. This specific time you'll be monitoring it. So this is Whois. This is Whois, and this is the information. This one. Come on. This DNS. So, but they are not giving how do you call it, the IPs, but these are the domain names you are using. It's like a subdomain. They have like service domains, so name like that. So basically, these are computers that if you are doing hosting with this, let me see, these people. Okay, this is where they are doing the hosting. This is the company that registered it, but they bought a hosting space from these people. And if you buy from them, this is the name they will give to you, so that there's a place you put it. That is what will allow you to. That's what will help you if you type facebook.com, or if someone types your this is kgtr.com, it will be moved, and then like the Excel sheet, remember, or maybe I have forgotten. And so if you type, it will be, let's see, kgtr.com. It doesn't exist. We are told kgtr is used, but just for demonstration purpose. So that is the work of these guys. That is your name servers. So they will take this, go through their Excel sheet. If this is there, then they'll pick this and continue with whatever request you made. Madam, they are finding the target, the person you are speaking with, or the computer you are speaking with. If they don't know, like the explanation I gave, they are this computer is in Kumasi. If he doesn't know, it will give it to Accra. That's his boss. His boss has access to sheet of other regions, then to continents, to global. That is it. So finally, to come and land with ICANN. That is international communication, some nonsense. So that is it. And this is how you just do Whois lookup if you want to. Here are some of the status like renewal prohibited, transfer prohibited, updates prohibited. That means you can't do all those things on the domain name. So it's not available, and there's no indication like we can pay or like we can bribe him to take it. So let's see .org. You know, giving another suggestions. .kgtr.site for 1 year will cost $2.28, but the renewal is about $98. kgtr.org is also not available. Assembly. People are smart too. Then space. Okay, it's giving suggestions, but you're not interested in any of them. Let's try another thing like Kumasi.net. The steps is very simple. If it's available, it will tell you. Then there is a button you will click, like continue to purchase or something like that. So in that case, you how do you call it? Or let's say if I put this one there, if I select this, you continue and then create an account on the site. This unlimited email, what. No, we are not interested. We just want this one. You see, it's bringing us to something. Web hosting, that's the next stage we are going. After getting your domain name, the name you want to use for the site, the next thing is, where are you going to put your site? That is the hosting. Where are you going to put your site? So the next thing is to create an account. Now the account, that is where you put in your details, your name, your address, the credit card you are going to use, or like whatever payment system you are going to use. You create an account there. Whichever site you are going to buy the domain name from, you will create this account and put in these details. So if it's the tech, let's pick one of their suggestions so that we can move faster. KJTR.co, that's 175 cities. I made mention there are differences in the prices, whether it's .com, .org, so it gives the differences. So .info, these are suggestions they are giving. I'm not interested in any of them. So but just for which one should we take? My KJTR. This is also one of the tricks people normally use. Let's say the name you want to use, if it's taken, others can use like mine, others can use the KJTR, others will bring the hyphen KJTR. That I don't encourage the hyphen. It's not phone friendly. So let's say if you want to buy, I have account with them already, so entering credit card details, like the billing address, your name, the billing address, and other things. I always, if I'm buying again now, like I'll not key in those things again. Now let's say I'm buying my KJTR. I've come here. You see where is the whois? Okay, I think I've closed that. This company, this is how this is. This is their server, the one that will be doing the name resolution. So it's asking me DNS management, external DNS hosting helps. No, I don't need it. We'll go through where to put our files, so I don't need anything about it. IP protection. Now if you take this one here, you realize this information is not there. This is not there. It's only this one that is there, and this is the company that registered it. It doesn't mean this is the person, or like this is the company that owns this KJTR.com. Maybe the person doesn't want people to know. It's maybe some big guy in Ghana, he owns it, and then he doesn't want other people to know. So in that case, his details will not come. This is a new site. I'm surprised it's saying 2007 to 2010. There's some images there. I think if I track this site, maybe a year or two, I can. But nothing much is there. So IP protection. If there was no IP protection when we came here, what have I done? I close that. And let's say if you come here, you will have seen the person's details, the one who is actually behind that site. Now take for example who is let's say this site. WebStream. This is my, and that's my name there. And you see my telephone number is there, my name. So meaning whoever want to know the one behind this side, the person can contact me direct. But all like sites I handle for clients, I don't use their details, I use mine. So all my clients, you will not see their telephone numbers when you come here, you will not see their details. So that is what they are asking us. Do we want them to replace our credentials? That's excluding the credit card. That one they can't be that stupid, they will not release it. And they don't have, because they don't have they don't save the card and then the CVV. What they save is the billing address. So anytime you want to buy something there again, you will have to enter the credit card details again. So if you want this protection, then what it means is they will replace your details, though you own the site, but they will replace your details with theirs. So if someone does whois lookup, it is their information they will see, not yours. And for that service, for that hiding of your telephone number, your residential address, what blah blah blah, it will cost you 25 cedis every year for that replacement. I've never subscribed to. So then we have email forwarding. Now, for example, if you create, let's say if we buy this mykdtr.com, we can create something like info@mykdtr.com, and let's say any mail that comes to it, it can be forwarded to, let's say, my usual Outlook email or my Gmail, the web extremist. It can be forwarded. Look, you can even like something called caching. You can cache all emails addressed to this if it doesn't even exist. If the person type like the thing is kdtr.org, you can cache everything. So what that means is if someone type info at this, it will come to you. If someone types like help, it will come to you. If someone type this, it will come to you. Kawunda at, it will come to you. AD at, it will come to you. Whatever the person types in front here and then bring at, if only what follows is your domain name, you can forward that into another mail and you receive it. So in that case, you don't lose any email. But there is a downside, and that is it. If you are careful, if you are not careful and spammers realize it, that means they will just be, change it, they will send you mail, they will do this, they will send you mail, they will changing, and then sending you different emails. So all these services, for now, I don't need them. I don't need it. So you see, if I'm to use them for the hosting, this is their DNS. That means I'll leave them intact. But if I have to, where I will do the hosting, it's a different place. We will get, the next stage is hosting. Then I'll put, for example, if I'm to host it with this company, the one that is hosting the KDTR, then in that case, they will give me these details. Now, let's say, for example, I host with Namecheap. So, I'm buying the domain name from DTech, but I will have replaced all these ones with DTech DNS. 2 is the standard. The rest are just for redundancy, just in case something happened. Maybe this one can take over. So they are all doing the same work, but just backup purpose. That is why it's 2. So this is a computer that has this Excel sheet that if you type kiyetia.com, it will look through and then resolve it to know which computer you want to reach. If this one fails, this one is there. So that is basically what it is. So buying this, I'll replace this. But if I want to do the hosting exact place I'm doing this, I'm buying this domain name, then I'll leave the previous one. But if I want to do the hosting here, then I'll put in this. Then I'll go to next. Now this is it. This is the details 1 year. If you are buying, you see, I took that is the program, the administrator's program. We had over subscription. A lot of people subscribed, and we unfortunately we were supposed to pick just 50. So a lot of good guys they couldn't make it. You know, if it's 10 years, this is the price you are going to pay, and I think it's. Let me see, 67.5 times 10, 675. Oh, this is too bad. The yearly price is fine, but mostly if you are buying more years, the price will have reduced for you. So this is how do you call it, the detail, a summary. You see, you are paying for VAT, so that is what is shooting it today. This is actually the subtotal for this, but you are paying for VAT. And I'm sure if let's see, I don't want to. Okay, so they are requesting for this. I've already filled this already. Now they are asking for detail. This is the final. They are asking for payment mode. They check credit card because that is what I've used as my default. And one thing about this, the tech, is you can pay with mobile money. So like if you are in Ghana, just mobile money you can use to. Now if you click this, that is it, you are done. Then I don't want them to be sending me mail like your invoice, but let's go. So I've choose mobile money. I'm now going to, I'm completing the order, so they are taking me to where I can make payment. So you just key in your mobile money here, 0244. It's a 50. I don't know whose number. Let's just try. So that is it. So you see, invoice is generated, but if it is mine, then the person will these are the steps you have to follow so that you can approve the payment. But I don't know whose number I use. Yeah, I just use it. So I had been sent to confirm you. So the person will have to dial this one, select option 7, follow these steps, and then enter his PIN, and then this transaction will be confirmed. That is all. I buy a domain name. So they will send me email. Let me quickly go and tell them to cancel it, and you get I think we have select option 2 minutes. If 2 minutes doesn't work, everything will cancel. So that is it. So they will start sending me email of my order. This is the invoice for what I did, and then you can see if you download, it has a tag on paid. So this is it. Hey, but these people are not right. You see, this is it. This is it, and you're paying for this. You're paying for this. So actually, the final pay is this 81. We started with 67.5. NHIL is part 2.5, get fund 2.5, processing fee 2.5. So when you add all that, you're now getting 81.67. So that is the cost for registering the domain name. That is the .org. That is this one, mykgtr.org. I don't have interest in it, so I'll cancel it. It's just for this purpose. So that is it. When you make payment, you get another invoice, and that one here will be paid. This unpaid will be changed to paid. So sometimes this is the one of the things you have to take note. Going to search for the domain name and they tell you the price is this, that doesn't mean that's how much you have to charge your customer, because you have to factor all these ones. So maybe if 100 cedis is fine. If you have to build a domain name, a site for someone, to get the domain name, just the name you are going to use. Take note, it's very important. Just the name. Let's say mykgtr.com or .org. If now I've bought this, I have a domain name, I don't have a website, I've not built it yet, I have a domain name. Even where to put my files, I don't have it. The files, I don't have it. These three things combine to make the site. This domain name I've registered, where to put my files, and then the files itself. These three things have to come together. So this is just a domain name I've buy, a name and people going to use to refer to my site. So now if you get a space where you put your files, then now this one will be linked to that space, and then you'll be given an ID, an IP that you can use. So that is it for this one. So I don't need it. I'll tell them. So let me just say I have no interest. There's something I watched something. No interest. You see, as soon as you type A, I have no interest at this time. So when I type tab, so now that is artificial intelligence. This to robot. They are putting this robot everywhere. So you see, when I was trying to type, as soon as I type the thank, it's getting and typing thank you. So I'll just type tab, and then that is it. So they'll cancel that order. They may be angry, but I don't care. So that is it. So remember, where we are going to put the files, we didn't buy it from those people. I think that's the one, the DNS management, the hosting. We didn't buy it from DTech. We didn't buy the hosting from DTech. Now, one thing I'll introduce here, or like let's just start with that one. The next one we have to look at is, now I'm building a site. We've seen one thing we need. Then we have a requirement. So let's see, one is a domain name, and then let's see the mykgtr.com, or assuming we had the real KGTR, then see kgtr.com. This is what we've got. The next thing we will have to get is let me see, let me call this way, space to put our files. So this one is like unique theme to identify our websites. That is the domain name, and a typical example is the create here. And then one other thing we need is space to put our files. The files is that is the home page you will create, the contact us form you will create, or like the videos we have, a place to put it. And that is the hosting space. That is just all. That is just all. Now, for example, on my machine here, I have hard disk. This is 256. I have 39 free. What I can do is I can do this, and then I will say Kigetia website. I've created this folder, but if in the web hosting context, I'll be able to say this folder, things to put in it should be a maximum of, let's say, 5 gig or like 10 gig. I'm giving limit to that folder, like 10 gig. So you can't put things beyond 10 gig. If you keep putting files and you reach 10 gig, that is all. This folder, that is my hosting space. That's what all hosting is about. A folder they will give you, like with a hard disk size, that you can put your website, like your files you will create, you will put them in it. That is just all hosting is. That is just all hosting is. They will give you the folder on a machine that is so powerful, a machine that never goes off, a machine that is more secured. That is basically why we are not leaving the files on your machine. I could have left the files on my own machine and then connect to the internet so that people will be connecting to mine. But my machine has to be on 24/7. I have the antivirus protection, security experts, and even the technical know-how, because so many settings you have to do if your machine, you want to turn it to a server for that you use it to host your own website. So many things you have to do. So there are companies already, they have buy the machines, very powerful. They have a full team with the technical know-how, and then they have all the protection it is to protect your files. So you go to them, you beg them, please give me some space, a little bit of space on your machine, and then every year I'll be paying you something so that I'll put my files there. So they say, okay, come here, we are giving you 50 gig. Every year you will pay like $30. That is hosting. So hosting is basically like a hard disk space they will cut for you on their machine, and then you will put your files there. Now, when you are done building your file or like writing whatever you want to write, and you want to move it to DS, the instruction, remember, one of the instructions we talk about is a FTP, file transfer protocol. So they'll give you an FTP account, then that's what you use to connect to their server, their computer, to the hard disk. Then that folder will open for you. So you just copy things from your own computer and then paste it there. And one of the softwares that is popular you can use is File, I think it's Zilla. Yeah, FileZilla. Let me see if I have it installed already. Yeah, I have it installed already. So for example, if you launch FileZilla, let's say I've built my site, the files are there, the home page, I've built everything, is arranged well. Now that computer, I bought a folder space. What is the computer's IP, or what is the computer's domain name? This I bought it from namecheap.com. So Namecheap will give me that details. Namecheap. Namecheap host name. What should I even type? It's either an IP address they will give you, or the actual domain name of the Namecheap computer they want you to use. So you key in that here. So it will be something like 184.12.6.2. They will create an account for you. So let's say the username is this, the password is this. Now remember the port. Remember the Metropolitan Assembly, KMA. The concept of the port. Please don't update anything. What asks you? The concept of the port. So these files you are taking to them. Let me see if I can actually use real information. Namecheap. I wanted to try and then send something to my server. That space I bought. So, and that is basically what it is. I know the username is, I think is, and then the password. The password I know it is. I think it's something like this. And it's FTP, so the port is 21. This one has skipped me a bit. So that is it. So when you are able to, let me see, there's this free hosting, www.freehosting. Let's see if you can create an account with them. This is too hard. So basically that is it. My data is finished. So but let's move on. So this you will have entered it and then you say connect. So some nonsense will go on here till it gets connected. So this is my computer. This place is my computer. So if I go to my computer, my documents are the things there. So let's say if it's desktop, I go to desktop. Let's say if this is the file or like the folder that contains my website, I will have just drag it and put it where. Okay, it's not connected. Like after connected, like connecting to it, you will have seen it here. It's another folder, so you just drag this one into it. That is all. You've sent it to your host. Send it to your host, maybe like it's in US or wherever, but you just drag this one and then you put it here, then that's all. You are done. So we've seen the registration of the domain name. Now what we wanted to do will have been the registration of the hosting, and here is the case. the data is finished. Let me so let me quickly do bundle and we continue. But I hope the concept is clear. The concept is, if you want to build a site, you need a domain name. Just a name people will use to search or like to visit your site. Something like www.faisal.com, www.zainab.com, www.momin.com, or like .org. This is just a name you've registered. Now, the website is some files you've just created. So where will you put that file so that always people, when they visit Zainab, they will get access to that file? Where you put it is your hosting, and your hosting provider is just the company that has given you a folder on their machine, and that folder is where you put the files you will create. You just copy a files and put them there. Sorry for the delay. There is something I forgot to talk about. From the concept I'm using, like literally for a beginner, step by step. So maybe my speech is slow. You know, on YouTube you can speed up if you want it to go faster. You can do it on YouTube. So that is it. We've registered the, how do you call it, the domain name. We know what domain name is. It's just a friendly name for your IP addresses. That is just it. And it's unique. Once you register, that is it. No one can register it again. No one can register it again. That is it. So we've registered, we've seen it, you search for the name, and around it there are so many businesses. I made mention of drop catching. Okay. Well, we are fine. Yes, we must reach our target. So now we've registered the domain name. So the next thing we have to look at is the hosting, and we know what the hosting is now. In short, it is just a space on some machine somewhere. They've just create a folder and they say, okay, this is 10 gig or this is 50 gig. Come and put your things there. We have the internet. There's no doom saw. We have the men who can guide it. Come and put your files there so that people can access it online. That is your hosting. That is all. So the name you buy is separate from that space. The main name is what people are going to use to get to you, but where you have to put the files you've created as a developer, the pages you've created, where you are going to put it so that people have access to always. Because if you leave it on your machine and it goes off, then that is it. Your machine is off. No one will be able to access it. So it's not preferable like to leave it on your machine. There's another way to now take for example, let's say if you have a router at home, you have an IP address, but it's possible you're not the only person in the house who is using it. Now, that IP address is public. In your home, you will be using maybe local IPs. Those I made mention of that start with 192.168 and something something. Those IP addresses I'm saying, how do you call it? Maybe a network in Accra can have theirs and use in Kumasi, they can use the same thing. But when you come to the public, then the IP has to be unique. So that is it. It's not something you can use that IP like to host your site. For example, the IP I showed here. The IP I showed here, this 192.168.20.200. No one can reach me on the internet to this. No one can reach me. If they want to reach me, it comes here first. What is my IP? This is the IP they will hit first. They will come to this. Now, this is the IP that knows this one. That knows this IP. So it is this one that will forward. This one will forward it to me. If I have to send something out I'll forward it to this guy. Then this guy will send it to the right place to do the DNS resolution. If it's coming, whatever is coming, it will come to this one first. Then this one will look through it and then forward to me. The IP I'm using is internal. It's not shown. So this guy, who is the main gateway for information coming in, it will pass through before me. Information going out, it will pass through him. That he's called gateway. He's called gateway. If you've been heard of gateway service like router, this router is gateway. That's what it means. Meaning like that's where things will enter, come to you, or if it's going out to pass through there and then get to you. So I can't use this local IP. Like this is what I want to use. You have to go and register my kjtr.org, get that name, go and get a space with a company that has all the requirements to keep your files for you. If you want to keep it, there is something called port forwarding. You can set up this gateway to link it to this. You guide him in the steps called port forwarding, so that any information that comes here, tell him automatically it should come to this particular computer. Let's say we have about 4 in the house. Any search they make, if later I've built my website and I'm saying like, no, I'm not going to buy space anywhere, I'm leaving it home. What you will do is, that means your router, in this case you can't be using this Wi-Fi. You have to buy that device in your house that you can configure and then do that settings in it, so that you set this one that any information they request here that comes to you, forward it to me. You can do that port forwarding, but what that means is only one person will be able to do it in the house. Because if you do port forwarding, you do it to, let's say, to machine A. Let's say Kofi Amaya, they are all in the house. They buy a router, they are sharing. So they all have the internal IPs, the private ones. But this public one is one. That is their gateway. So if you do port forwarding, any message coming, go to Kofi. Then if Kwame also has a website, his one will not be public. if you do this port forwarding, it will not be public. One other thing is he can also do another port forwarding, but he can use a default port, because let's say Kofi is using the port 80. So if he also wants to do port forwarding so that some requests will come to him, then in that case he will have to use another port. He can use 80. Now if you use port 80, port 80 is the default. I was expecting it to come. But it doesn't show, it's behind. So Kofi will get it. If Ya also want to get it, Ya will have to create another port, so that let's say his message will be passing through there. So in that case, if it's ya.com, it will be something like this, because he's using different port, not the default port. The default port, you don't have to bother yourself to indicate it. Like the computers around will know automatically that this is the port we have to push it to if it gets to the server. But if someone has done port forwarding already and you also want to do port forwarding, then you have to create another port. And in any time you want to send your message to, you want to give your website out, you have to add the port, so that when someone is requesting for something on your machine, he will type exactly as it is plus the port, which is not friendly. So in I don't know if I made sense, but in short, just understand that the easiest way is to go to a company, beg him, I beg, give you some space, make I drop my files. Say, okay, I beg you to come, then I will charge you this. Let's say a month I will charge you this, 2 months I will charge you this, 5 months I will charge you this. You agree, that is it. He will tell you, I've created this folder for you, I've named it my kjtr.com. So he'll give you details that will be able to link the my kjtr.org you registered with that space they gave that particular computer. That space is on. That is the hosting concept. Now this thing is back. Our internet is back. So let's go straight to hosting. Now we've gotten the domain name. We want to look at the hosting aspect also. Hey, you're not serious. So Namecheap is one of the areas that is basically why I do hosting. I buy the domain name from DTech Ghana and I do the hosting from Namecheap. It's from an old concept, because basically any company that sells domain names also like sell hosting space. That is how it is. Or it's hard to get a company that sells only one or that provide only hosting space and doesn't provide the domain names. But this concept of do not put all eggs into one basket, that is why I did this one here, I did this one here. So if at the end of the year, previously, but now it's not common, previously if you buy a domain name from Namecheap, or like you buy a hosting from, let's say, this company, at the end of the year you are not okay with them, you will say, okay, please give me my files. I'll not host on on your machines again. I'm going to another company. Previously they'll be doing some shakara, like they don't want to give you, they'll be pulling your ears. They have to give you some code so that you can do some settings in the new place you are going, so that your domain name will point to that place. So previously they were kind of doing some ways, but now there are plenty hosting companies, so easily they can, if you want to go, they will let you go peacefully. But previously there was that struggle, so that brought that concept of do not put all eggs into one basket. So as you are hosting with them, you find your own way of doing your backup. So when you approve them and they say no, they're not going to allow you, don't mind them. when it expires, then you can reclaim it. That is depending if your domain name is not nice, that a drop catcher can get it before you. So straight away, let's go to the hosting. Let's go to the hosting, and this is it. There are different hosting, different hosting. I don't understand all, but there are key 3 ones. For example, shared hosting. Now, what shared hosting is about is one computer, different folders are created on that computer. So this one we created, where is it? KGTR. That is somebody building the site. Now another person can come. Oh, I'm also coming to host on your machine. Let's say he is called let's say the person is called Sharifa. So let's say that is sharifa.com. Then she also put her files in it. Now another person will come, let's say Mariam, or like Abu. So let's say that will be abu.com folder. Abu to put his files in it. Now remember, it's the same hard disk, the same space. That is what I'm cutting a bit for each of these guys. So that is shared hosting. Basically the same computer all these people coming are on the same computer. So the disadvantage is the more companies get on board, then you realize that machine begins to slow down. That's the problem with the shared hosting. That machine begin to slow down. And one other thing is, now for example, there are certain times you might have to really know. Okay, now let me say this. Every computer has a telephone number. Now you have registered, let's say abu.com. You are supposed to get a telephone number. Someone has registered sharifa.com. She's supposed to get a telephone number. ya.com. Ya is supposed to get a telephone number. But here is the case. All these 3 domain names, they are on one computer. So which one belongs to that particular IP? If let's say that IP is 192.168.2020, which of this one should point to that IP? And so mostly there is that issue too with the shared hosting, because it's one computer with an IP, and all these different companies are having folders in there. So that is the challenge, is getting your unique IP address. It's mostly the IP address they will give you is actually for the IP address that all you guys, your website is on. It's not only your website there. That is the shared hosting. But of course, that the good side is it's also less. The cost is less. The shared hosting, the cost is less. And then another one is VPS, that is virtual private, mostly as if it's not server system. That is it. And we know what VPN is like. They will create your VM, like virtual machines. So it's one machine, alright, but they've created different virtual machines on that one machine. So that is what they are giving to you. It's not like just a folder they are giving to you. They are giving you a full virtual machine. That is what the VPS hosting tool is. So that is it, and that gives you a unique ID, and you are guaranteed no one is coming on board to come and change your speed so that your speed will slow down. That's with the VPS. I skip, WordPress hosting. The name WordPress gives a clue. Reseller. Reseller, for example, you can buy a space and then you can also be selling. That is reseller. You buy the space bulk and then you will be selling. And this shared hosting to the same way. For example, the Sharifa.com. Sharifa can also be smart. Let's say he got 50 gig. Now, inside the Sharifa.com, she can also create folders and sell, like spaces and sell. Let's say Zainab.com. She bought a space 50 gig to put her files there, but it's big. A website can be just about like 500 megabytes. It can be huge depending on what you're doing there, but most sites of startups, let's say in Ghana, they are small sites. They are small sites. So just 500 megabytes can be okay for that site. So because she has 50, she will also be selling it small to other companies. So like .com, go to adler.com. Are you getting the point? She bought that space, let's say $20 or $30 a year to put her files there, but the space is big. It's acceptable. It's not any hack. She can also resell that space, split it. It's just like you go to buy a land, let's say, and when they measure it, you realize it's too big, so you can also cut some and sell. So that is it. So this actually you can sell it, but the disadvantage is Sharifa will have to be managing it because it's the same credential. It's the same credential you use to log in, so you can't give these people access to that credential. Let's say the settings in that space, you can set that space, so many things you can set in it. Typical example, let's say if I go here, my size like and this is how you normally go if you want to go to that space you bought. One way is using the files that I made mention of. That's you're going the FTP way. Now another way you can use is your site /cPanel. That's if you're using cPanel, like control panel. You know, if you come to your machine control panel, there are accounts you can create. There are voice, like audio. There is language. So this is your display. This is display. So there are so many things. Control panel, that is just cPanel. So that's machine your file on. You have access to a control panel you can also use to manage that space you have. So let's see, and then so that space you see, I'm going there using this port 2083. So I hope you are getting the concept. That space, that's what I'm going to do, where I can have the control panel to control my 50 gig. I'm going there through port 2083. So that is it. This is the shared hosting, and these are the prices. There are different prices. The Stellar, this is the most popular, and then you have the Stellar Business. And the data center, they have US and then they have UK. I don't know what this means. This is 12. Okay, if you want the UK data center, there is an addition cost you have to pay. So 44 point. This is for a year. I think they are doing some promo. So for the whole year, this is what you're going to pay. But it doesn't mean maybe the renewal will be the same price. Now let's see what you are getting. You are getting 20 gig hard disk, unlimited bandwidth. Now what is bandwidth? Now bandwidth is the amount of files that can move from your site, or like from your folder, amount of files can move from your folder to whichever person is requesting for, let's say in a month. So if in your folder, so if let's say this is unmetered, I mean there's no control on it, you have it's unlimited bandwidth. Then take for example, let's say this folder, let's say coffee, there is this file in it. Let's put today's date. Now if someone opens this file, the size is 18 big. That means you've used 18 bytes of your bandwidth. That is just what bandwidth. So if you have a video here that is like on your side, that is a video on your side that is like 2 gig, and your bandwidth for the month is 2 gig. That means if one person watches it, you spend all your bandwidth. It's like your data is finished. So that is something when you are buying the hosting space too, you have to factor. And I keep reminding ourselves, the hosting space is just a fancy word, but what it basically means is a hard disk space on some remote machine that you put your files, and you are going for that because you don't have the expertise, you don't have the machines and to set it up yourself. So this is up to 3 websites. So that is basically here. If you buy this, is you can add 2 more. Yours will be there. Let's say the original will be there, and then you add 2 more. So you can add 2 more. So if you buy this one at this price, you can actually host 3 websites. So you will have one, and then you can add 2 more. So, and this alone is also a full business on itself. Take for example, now you buy this, you host your site, you have 2 spaces more. So if someone, you have to build a site for someone again, remember, you charge him a price, a fee for the domain name, you charge him a fee for the hosting, but you already have space, so that money there is going into your pocket. It's going into your pocket. And this is the price for hosting. Very cheap, especially for most. I'm looking at my environment, that is Ghana. Most startups, it's not that intensive. Especially whose business is not the site, you just need a site to market their product. That is it. So you can have 3 websites here, but their space is 20 gig. Now if this one is unmetered, unlimited, and then no, let's get this clarification. I thought the word I was describing is unlimited. Yeah, that is the same thing. That's the same thing I described. Yeah, there's no limit to the traffic that moves from your sites. So that is it. This is what you get, unlimited websites. So this one is omitted. The hard disk is not affected. The size is not indicated. For power usage, ideal for more demanding websites. Okay, and this is it for data. So basically, these are different. Remember, all this one is under shared hosting. So whether it is this you are subscribing to, this you are subscribing to, this you are subscribing to, whichever one you are subscribing to, remember, you are not the only one on that machine. This guy is there, and okay, this one is there, Abu is there, and I think yeah is also there. So that is it. That is the shared hosting, and the shared hosting also has different ways. This is for Namecheap, every company and how they package their products. So that is it for this. So let's see WordPress hosting. Let's see reseller. So I was to make point on the reseller. For example, now this is my back end. Okay, so I'm sure this will be my to try to do connect. If this error, it will tell us. If it's able to connect, you see you add some files here. Connection timeout, it couldn't connect. I'm sure either this or this one of them I got it wrong. Let me see this. Establish connection. No, it's still connected. Yeah, so let's just go. So this is, so you can see my space. This is my memory. Just a computer my files are on, so that's the detail of the computer. This is the database, my SQL server, blah blah. So far I've used this percentage, physical memory. So basically you see I have a lot of other things in it that that can fetch me money, because I've not used much of this space. So this is the control panel of your server. And these are different things you can do inside. Just like if you go to control panel on your machine, there are different things you can do. The same way, different things you can do. If you want to do something relating to Google app, you go here, SSL. Now, for example, all sites you visit and then you see this padlock. That means it's secured. Sites you visit that you see this padlock is secured. Or sometimes padlock and the name of the company, that is more secured. If it has a padlock and then the company, he paid more than the one that just paid for the padlock. And to get the padlock, that one they will do real investigation. You will submit document to indicate that you're not a fraud site, you are a real site, before they will give you the name and those things. So anyway, people go around it still with all those checks. So let's see the WordPress hosting too. The WordPress hosting is for the first one month is this monthly billing. No, let me see. This is for the year. Okay, that is the WordPress. You have 10 gig, 50,000 visitors per month. So if your site receives over 50,000, that means you can't go for this. You have to go for this. This is for WordPress. So this is also WordPress. What I actually want to explain is, now this is Sharifa's site, and then she has sell these spaces for these guys, but these guys will not get this control panel. It's only Sharifa, the one who bought the actual space, is the one that will get this control panel to do settings, to create emails, to create database, to publish a site, to add another domain, to do redirect, zone edits, and then email blocking, like say email IP blocking, and then SSS and visitor check how many people are visiting the site. So all these things in the control panel is how do you call it? Is Sharifa that will be able to get them, not you, the one that she sold the space to. You will not get access to that. You will not get the cPanel if this is you do the domain packing. Those others will not get, but you can get this FileZilla. You can get this, and this is the way you upload things to that server. You will not get access to the back end. Now, for example, if I come here and I go to files, file manager, this will still bring me to a place I can upload my site to this space. Instead of using the FileZilla, I can use it in the browser too, and that will be the same thing. So if you use domain packing and or like add-on domains, this is where you go and you'll be able to add these ones under the sharifa.com you bought. So that is it for shared. The limitation is if people become many on it, it slows down, but it's perfectly fine. That's what I'm using. My site is on shared, and the VPN gives you a virtual machine, so it's like you are alone. But yeah, I hope you know what virtual machine is. So that's what they are giving you. Then the reseller, the reseller will give you the space and you can resell, and anyone you resell, that person will get a cPanel. That person will get a cPanel. Okay, let me see something. So that is the difference between the VPN like some net is just so that's special recipe account. I can have web questions. Okay, well, I think there's some settings we have to do first. Okay, so this is the username. Let me go with this. This is the IP I'm supposed to use. You can see the port is there, port 21. Then the password, for the password, that one is the port is 21. Good. It's connecting now. Yeah, so that is good. So now we have our files here. So there's a particular folder. This is virtual env, that is the Python. So this is one site, this is another site, and you can see they are just folders. Right, Pyramid House Design, Nani Ghana, Namecheap, Nations Charity, High Rank. You can see my Gulf States, Academic Visa. So basically these are different sites I've probably like I have on that my share space of 50 gig I bought or whatever I bought. So if I have to put some file, if I have to put some file in, let's say any of the folders, let's say here Namecheap, I'll just double click and then it will open. Retrieving directory, so it's open. So anything I thought from my, this is local, this side is local, and this side is the remote. This side is the remote, and then this side is the local. So staff retiring. So let's say I just want to put this one here. Then you can see initializing. Yeah. Okay, it's transferred. Yeah, it's gone. So I've put in that file on my server. So that is it. So if you create your website on your desktop, this is what you go through the FTP, and then you just drag and drop, and that is all. You've uploaded to your server. That is it. So if you go for reseller, you will have a hosting, you have a backend, everything alright. That's control panel, and you'll be able to sell a space to others, but those people too have their control panel. That's the C panel, not like the Sharifa way. The Sharifa way in the the shared, you can still create folders and share with others, but they will not have C panel. But this one will get dedicated servers. This one, they are dedicating computers for you. So let's see the prices for this one, the prices for this one, the prices. Each one differs. Let's say cleanser server. I don't know what in these ones are about. Private email. These are different. Let's say the reseller. That 1 month is this price. So if you go for 2 years, reseller, this is how much it will cost you, and you can create 25 accounts. And what that means is this is another version of the control panel. So you see that you're using C panel, we are using this, but or is where you go and do your settings, just like control panel on your machines. So these are the different 25 accounts you can create. If you subscribe for this, you can create unlimited account. So what that means is, if you pay for this one, anybody who needs a hosting space, you just sell it to the person again. Sell it to the person. So there's 90, you have a 90 gig space, and this one, if you go for this, it's around 800. So 800 is a 150. If you are to do it like 5 gig, let's say 150 divided by 5, that is about 30. You can count. So let's say 800 divided by 30. So you can, if you do a resale of $28 to 30 people, then you will break even for the year. So let's say if you sell your hosting by 30, you get this minus 1,500. What did I do? 1,500 minus 800, get like $700 at the end of the year for the hosting. And remember, these 5 people you are sharing with, or like the 30 people you are sharing with, 5 gig, each of those 30 will now represent like Sharifa. So the person can also create some folders inside his 5 gig and do that reselling. So that is how the whole thing is. That is how the whole thing is. So that is it, and this is the detail of what they are giving you. This is the detail of what they are giving you, and you'll be paying this one for dedicated IP. Yes, These are the details of the features. If you open it, email features, you are getting database features, MySQL, PHP, Postgres, and so many other things. Server features. This is the server they are running. MariaDB, CGB, Perl, JavaScript, SSI, Ruby on Rails, jailed. Who cares if he's jailed? Kind of some scripting, and then the pricing is here. The pricing is here for 2 years. So this is the reseller. Now let's look at the dedicated. Okay, the VPS. VPS, that one too. This is a. They already have two. So basically, this is the one they will be giving you, the virtual machine. That is it. So that is it. You can read out more from there, and then let's see. I'm sure this will be the most costly. Dedicated service. Okay, it goes from here. Okay, monthly. So if you go for the dedicated server, you pay that means you are getting one computer dedicated to you. You alone is using it. Remember the VPS is one computer, but there are different virtual machines in it. So you are getting a virtual machines in the computer. But for dedicated, you have your own computer you are connected to. There is another hosting trick or like type. I've forgotten it, but that one they have the space, so you will send your computer then fix it. You see, this one is their computer. They have done the everything. These are the specs, whatever. Everything is here. Then you be renting that computer. But there's another hosting type. They only have the space, and then you will send your computer there. I don't think it's in Ghana, but it's somewhere else. It's somewhere else. The collation hosting or something like that. No. Right. The co-location, yeah. It's co-location hosting. So like co-location. So they will provide career hotel, a type of data center where equipment space and when they are available for rental. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is giving me a different understanding. I've never used it. I've only read about it, so I'm not getting it. But you can. There are different ways. Different ways. Let's come back. The hosting is you need a space to put your files. That is all. So you are going to buy. So if you have to buy this, and then let's say straight away I'm going to this. Now this is the price. You see, now they are asking you like your domain. Remember, I've registered domain already from the DTech. I'm not buying the space where I'll put the file. You see, now they are now asking for information so they can do the linking. So that domain name will connect it to this space they are going to give you on that computer. I want to get a free .website domain. Are you now going to buy the domain? That is, use a domain I own with Namecheap, or use a domain I own from another registrar. So in that case, is this one you will press, and then here you will log in. This is an account you have to create. You will log in. I think I have have an account here. But once you log in, you follow the steps. They will ask you of that domain name and other things, and then they will connect that domain name you mentioned, you created, to this one, and then they will give you this Namecheap will give you their DNS to go back to the tech and fix it there. Remember, I've done it already. But ideally, when you get here buying the hosting, if you don't have account already, then that means you create it. That is the one at the side. So when you fill in these details, and I don't know, I can't remember most of these things. I normally go to reset. I'll enter the email, then the confirmation. Based on the new link, I'll get to know my other details. But what you are basically going to do is, if you log in, then the domain you registered, you bring it here, and then you key it in. Is it done? I mean, I've changed it several times. I don't think it's this. I just hope. No, I didn't. I can't remember. I can reset it and get a password, but it's just hell. So that is it. You register, and then that is how you connect that IP address. I wish I can register. I can. Let's see. Because practically I wanted to see everything. That is why I just hope you ask for email. I have email. I think it's outlook.com. Okay, so this is the username. Okay, so let's go back. The username is this, and then the password. I think the password should be something like. Just to see if it will work. Okay, let me do password reset. Still not working. Blah blah blah. Why did it tell me the password had been used? So that means my password is right. I change anything again. Yeah, so it's logged in. So where were we? Okay, let's start the process again. So let's say shared hosting. We are buying the hosting space. We've gone through this. Let's say I'm going to subscribe for monthly. Then I'm going here. There is the getting started. This one. Let's go by. Look, we've not even gotten to developing the site. This is just the background concept. This is the background concept. How the what happened? How the internet works, like where web fits in. That is what we are looking at, and the things you need. That is what we are looking at. So we've seen domain name. We're now looking at hosting. So I'm back here. Do I need a free one? No. Then that one, it's I'm sure after 1 year you will have to pay. I don't know how it works. Let's see if you can right click this and see it separately. Okay, so whatever you name you use, let's say Kaunda. It's in Kaunda which is free. Now sometimes there is something, if you are not careful, it might be free but for 1 year. Okay, so let's see if I want it for 10 years. Okay, so you see what that means is it for the 10 years is how do you call it, 81. So that means it's not free forever. So that is what I was trying to get. Sometimes things are deceptive. So okay, so the free is just first year. Subsequent years you pay. Yeah. So it's $10.10. Yeah. So that means first year you pay. And if you remember at Namecheap, I quickly says I said something like, if you are buying it for more years, at least you are supposed to get some discount. You see, this one, 1 year, let's say for this year you are paying you are paying 10.87 times, let's say 9 more. I want to write down 10.87 times 9. This is how much it's supposed to cost for that is it. So, you see, but it's not up to that. So the more you buy, the more then you get some discount, but the tech didn't show something like that. So if it's free, that is it. It's for 1 year. They are fooling us, so let's just take it off. Then purchase a new one. If you have to purchase a new one, we go through the same process again. But here is the case. In this case, we are buying it from Namecheap. It's the same process we are going through. Let's say Kaunda, it will do search and see if it's available. It's not available. .me. all this available, and it costs this. If I want to buy it for 10 years, that is it costs this. So if you add to cart, then your cart will increase. Yeah, that is it. So that is if you are buying new one. Remember earlier I said most companies, they sell the domain name and sell the hosting space also. That's what they are doing here. So when we are buying the hosting, they kind of have an idea like we also want to buy the domain name. So that is why these options are there. That is the second one. You use a domain name I own with Namecheap. That means you have one registered with Namecheap already, and which one is that? So domain I own with Namecheap. Okay, so existing domains. No, I don't have any domain with Namecheap. No names, no domain name, no show. Namco, no show. So because all my domain names, I've been buying them from the tech. So that is this one, the last one. This is the option I'll choose because I've been buying my domain from. Then enter the domain name you like to use. So let me say which one should I use? Or like Gulf States Gulf.org. You see, your domain appears to be valid, so use this domain. So I'm buying 1 year space, no, 1 month space, and I'm going to link it to this domain name I registered. So let's continue. So that is it. So confirm order is something I will not do. I think you can change it to 1 year and you see the new price. That is 15 something, but I'm not gonna do this, the confirmation, because I've already I have an account with them already, so I'll not buy this hosting space again. But this is the whole thing. So you just confirm and then you add your payment details. That if it's a new account you are creating. So basically that is it. You've gotten a space. So when you are done, then they will send you email. Let's see if we can get samples, but I can't show mine. No, because I've really changed the password and everything. So they will send you an email after buying this. They will send you an email. Let's see this site. This is also another site, another hosting site. They provide their hosting for free. Yes, for free, like you don't pay. So in this case, you only buy the domain name and then come and link it up with this particular site. You are not paying anything. The hosting, the space you put your files when you develop your site, they are providing it for free. So I've used them before, about like 5 years or so ago. It's normal. But of late, what I've realized is, I think one of their new terms and conditions, every 24 hours your site will go off 1 hour. Every 24 hours your site will go off 1 hour. But if you are a startup, that's not too much an effect on your system. And what the flexibility in it is, you can set up when should the site go off, that 1 hour when. So like if you set it to, let's say, from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m., that's deep night in Ghana, or 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. How many people will be visiting your site that time? So it's something you can do. So I have an account with them already. Let me see. So okay, so name. So that is it. Free web hosting. It's not a joke. It's free. It's free. It's one of the website I gave for the project we are doing. Software development training. So zero cost. You have PHP, MySQL, and then cPanel, no ad. They don't do advertisement. There are other free hosting companies, but your site, they'll be doing advertisement on your site. But these people, they don't do advertisement. They don't do advertisement. So if you are even starting, you can be pushing your clients here. The one disadvantage is, if you have challenge, you'll have to go to their forums and read to, if maybe somebody help you like solve that challenge, then that is it. They don't provide that service like customer care or like chat so that you can communicate with them if you are using the free version. It's like you are on your own. That is it. If wrong things happen, you have to just read around to see how to solve it. That is one setback. Another setback is they have their terms and conditions. So if you violate it, there's nothing like warning. So if you sleep, the next day you wake up, your site is gone, there's no one to blame. It doesn't matter what you've done there, it all can disappear. Password reset. Confirm email, please change the service. Welcome to. I want to. You see, this is their DNS. So in case they say it's here, I want to do the hosting. Then at DTech, instead of putting Namecheap DNS servers, I'll put this DNS servers at Namecheap. But if the domain name and the hosting is the same site, like Namecheap, that is where you bought a domain name, that is where you're doing the hosting, then just leave everything there. You don't have to change any DNS. But if the same way, if you are doing the hosting at DTech Ghana, you bought a domain name there and you're doing the hosting there, there's nothing to change. But if it's this cross, maybe you bought a domain name from Namecheap and you want to do the hosting at 000 web host, then in that case, you will have to point the DNS to the right hosting you are using. So that is let me see. If I open this, confirm. Let's see. Yeah, it's for this www web host is kind of a service hosting that is providing. This was another company that provide hosting, but that one is paid, it's not free. So and then they are providing this free service for people. I wanted to get an example of when everything is set, you've paid for your hosting, they will bring you email, and then that email, your username will be in it, the domain name, you link it up to the your FTP details, this one, the one we used to do the connection here, that detail will be in that email. The port you have to use will be in that email. If you want to access your cPanel, your site, if you want to go the hosting you buy, if you want to go to the control panel of it, the cPanel of it, that all that details will be in your email, so that you can just be using it. If it's the FTP you want to use, you need to get an FTP client installed. They are not going to give you this. You'll have to find which FTP client to use. And so far, these guys have been great. These guys have been great. It's small, light, and I like their. Yeah, it's the same way. I don't know them. I'm just using their service. So if this is it, so let me see. I just hope looks like this is not right. I can't believe it works. Wow, it works. Okay. So assuming we buy a hosting and it is here, we've gone through the process. If here you want to buy through the same thing, this is free, but if you want to buy from the hosting, yeah, the same thing you have to go on. So this is, let's see more. Your website is archived, restored. You have not been visiting it, they've archived it. You guys are not serious. I'm going to take screenshots. So that is my site. Let me see here. New website. I want to create an e-commerce. I want to create a blog. I want to learn web design. I want to learn website development. I want to create an e-commerce website. I want to create a personal website. So website name. So like this is the password they are giving to me, and they are showing it for everybody to see. But I'll change it. Okay, so what I'll do is let me show it. Take note of this password they are generating. So okay, so upload your own files. You can go to file manager. It's the same place it's supposed to land in. So here, this is your folder. This one, you see that is inside I've opened, so that is it here. So there are two things you can create you can start building your site here, or you can, if you are doing it here direct, that means you are doing it on the remote server direct. Other way is you can do it on your desktop, then you drag it here. I've switched to how do you call it, to 000, but the concept is the same. If it was the same name chip, there is a place you go and then you just start building your site. So that is it. So I can create a first file, and then let's say index HTML. So let's create that file. I'm just going to type anything at all. So this is this. Can we edit? Okay, so hello Zongo Hub. Save and close. Okay, so where is my site? Okay, this is the site. So this is what earlier on I said. When someone is providing you with a free space, you realize this www will come. Something you might just need .com, which is zongohub.com, which is very professional, but because you didn't buy the domain name, it's free. That is why you will have to settle on Zongo. So that is it. We publish our first page. We buy domain name, we buy hosting space, and we've put in our first file. We now have a website. That is it. We buy a domain name, we buy a hosting space, we've seen how we get it, and then we've put in our first file there. So basically, going forward, how to design this one so that it will look like maybe this nice site is what is next. That is the development. That is the development. That is the next stage we are going to look at, the development. Everything we have to do so that it will not just be this baller thing here, Hello Zongo Hub. It will be a nice site, like maybe like something like this, with menus, with logo, for a place you can search, with footer. So that is what we have to design this. That is what the development we are talking about is going to happen. So that is it. We've come far, and this is where we are ending for the introduction. The next one we will look at will now be what we are going to use to design this. And this is we are going to enter into HTML. So basically, this is the whole thing. I've covered a lot of things. It will be difficult to like kind of go back and give a summary, but at your convenience, look through, and anything you are not clear, I'll put it on YouTube. So at the comment section, we can look at it again. But basically, this is the basis of everything we have to let's say do, or like to know, to be able to move on with the how do you call it, the program we are doing. So that is it. Now anywhere in the world, whoever you give this site to, the person will be able to visit it, and then the person will see whatever you are doing. So let's get ourselves a bit dirty with where that is the edit here. Okay, so it's kind of getting a slope. This is another file we came to meet. It's something, if you want to Google around, you can Google around. You can use it to deny access to some folders people cannot open. TSS, and you can read around it. But if it's not there, the site will still work. If that file is not there, the site will still work. It's still in touch. if you make your corrections. Is anybody out there? Exactly at, let's get a time, and to time is that's it here, F5. So if you open Notepad and then you press F5, you get the current date and time. That is what I press, so that's exactly this. That is it. Or if it's email, email.com. So I should have clicked save and close. So that is it. Yeah, then unfortunately, what I type, I thought I had spaces in between nicely, but it didn't work that way. So the next thing we are going to look at is how to create a page. That's what you're going to look at. How to create a page. And I think I'll leave that for another tutorial. I am tired and it's 1:30. God willing, by 7 you have to be at work and everything. So I'll end it here, and God willing, in the morning I'll keep on continuing to the guidance of the time. I feel very sorry for my reason brothers engaged in political and the guy who was killing coins and saying this shit was Muslim, Muslim. The guy who was killing coins and saying this shit was Muslim, and the major was Muslim. As Shana for the Muslim, given the politician for them, so that's reason for the Muslim, the Catholic common, opportunity engaging. Then, yeah, actually, it's something that came to my mind sometime. Like, if not Wasi, who would die? Who else? Yeah, you can close it. What I'm doing next is not valid. Just trying to see if I can get some gang to chat. That was so that is it. And this long time this guy not open. You see, he has buy it. He's not building a site, and he's not releasing it. Buy this domain. That is, you're going to do it through an agent. Then they will tell you your offer in euros. It's one of the leading states minimum. It's $1. Hey, minimum offer is 1,000. You see, minimum offer is 1,000. Now the domain trading, something we bought for around $15. Let's see this one I made mention of, GovState.com. It's the .com that triggered me to buy the. You see the price. Get this name right now. This is how much the person is selling it. 4,500. That is how much the person is selling it. So if I sell my 2,000, that is for the org. That is fine. So that is the main name trading. That is the main name trading. So this is it. Now we are ready to tell the world what we do, who we are. What is left is how to design it nice, and that's what we'll be moving to. So thanks for your time. You've been able to watch it. I'll put it on YouTube. Please do well to comment and do well to subscribe for me. Actually, it's a new channel, and I need like 100 subscribers so that I can get something like let's say YouTube dot let's say web extremist. Now this way, if you are sharing it, it's easy if you are sharing it with people. But currently what I have is if you search web extremist, and then I have the two channels. Let's see if is this one. This is the computer science, so I'll add it to this channel, and then you can see like it's not worth sharing this link. It's not worth sharing this. This is the playlist. So this is the playlist. If you have to share it with people, this is what you have to share, so that others can benefit. But if I get 100 likes, I can I can submit detail to YouTube, and then they will give me a custom handle, so I can use something like web extremist or like web development, so it will just be easy for you to share with people. So please do well to subscribe for it, and then encourage others to watch too. I have different ones here too, database. This one, for example, 5 hours. This one is 5 series of activities to do at the closing, begin and end. So that is having. Then we go to again, and let's shut up. The 8. What we'll be doing next, God willing, maybe like this evening, I'll be going through W3 school. That is what I'll be going through. How to create, how to create this page to make it nice. The techniques is using these things, and this is what is HTML, what is the H, what is the T, what is the M, what is the L. That's what I'll be going through. If you say markup, what does it mean, and then how to use it. Down to the C, I'm going to use Scratch from scratch. That is how I'm going to do it. So that is it for here. It's 5 hours, and that is the part 1. Part 2 is 3 hours. And I have some C++ videos here. That is it. Like I said, the target is to get 100 hours of good videos by the end of this year. So inshallah, we are on it small. So forgot to record. Okay, maybe I will know. Should have recorded the starting, but I'll know it from my recording. So that is it.